All right. What is good, everyone? What is good, everyone? OJ here. Welcome back to the stream. Today we got a great show for you guys, talking about a lot of RPG, Nintendo Switch 2 stuff, and more. So I'm super excited to get back to the show today. Man, today is a beautiful, what is it? July 23rd. That is Wednesday, July 23rd, 2025. We are at you live, locked in, ready to go. So I'm super excited, man. Thank you guys so much for coming out to the stream. Appreciate you guys. Let's talk about some new stuff. The new misinformation arc. Should it even be called the misinformation? Should I retitle it like more crazy Switch 2 lies? It's more like lying more so than, I mean, if you intentionally mislead someone when you know that what you're saying is misleading, I think that might be a lie. So I'm going to change it to lies. Although misinformation sounds great because everybody was using that term. But I guess we can call it lies at this point. So it should be funny. Should be a fun stream today. People are definitely trying their best to lie and grift to make money on this website, which, you know, it is what it is. But you know, it's one thing to have an opinion. Opinion is one thing. But now outright lying and misleading people is another thing that some of you guys have probably seen, and obviously I'm going to talk about here today. But yes, I did a video on it. Switch 2 liars are getting desperate. Justin with the $3 dono.
Yotei beat DK, it's amazing, and also they are struggling with the Switch 2 doing good.
They are definitely, at this point, it's cope now. Like, it's to the point where it's seething cope. Once again, if you want to be critical, I have no problem with that. We've been critical on certain aspects. But now it's to the point where you're manipulating information and data and lying and proposing it as a question without providing proper information and trying to push it as one thing, that's obviously, it's like crossing the line, right? So now we're starting to see that from people, and it's going to be funny to call it out. Once again, no hate towards the people doing this. I know the YouTube game, but we're also going to have a little bit of fun as well, you know, like when it comes down. So they're going to have fun, and we're going to also have fun when it comes to a show, right? Talking about Nintendo Switch 2 stuff and all that. So we're going to discuss it. Thank you so much, Mr. Justin, with the $3 dono. So yeah. So on the other hand, I saw Spawnway's new video playing Microsoft changed the Outer Worlds price from 80 to 70, so I guess that proves they saw the backlash and changed the price. Microsoft changed the price because nobody was pre-ordering the game. Nobody was pre-ordering the Outer Worlds. That's the reason why that they changed the price. Just like I said before, they increased the price because they wanted to increase the price. It wasn't because of Mario Kart, right? It wasn't because of Mario Kart. So this pretty much proves what I was saying at that time. Look, they increased it because they felt like it. They already were going to do it. It had nothing to do with Nintendo. Just like when they reduced the price, it has nothing to do with Mario Kart. Mario Kart sold really good. So it's not like they're looking at Mario Kart sales and saying, oh, wow, people want to buy $80 games. We all know Mario Kart sold well. We already know. Now we have other, you know, sales numbers that are coming in. We know Mario Kart sold well. We already know that. So it's not like they're looking at Mario Kart and determining whether they're going to raise the price or lower the price. It was their own decision all along. So yeah. Like I was saying, it was their own. It had nothing to do with Mario Kart. It had nothing to do with Mario Kart. Thank you for the $3, Justin. I appreciate that. Let's get into the shout outs though. Let's get into the shout outs. Goalpost shifting. Shout outs, the party man is here. My man Dior. What up? Diggity Dior. David B in the house. Walter Bruce says the stream. General Zamora. Kevin says, no, you welcome back. No, you welcome back. No, you're amazing. Thank you so much. Felony. What's up, Felony? We love the lies and misinformation. Happy hump day. Happy hump day. We're going to talk about the misinformation art. Let's see. 777 OG OG. Let's see here. They said the market conditions. They said market conditions. No, they didn't quite say that when it comes to it. I think they said something along the lines of, we knew that the price wasn't right for that. We made a mistake.
Have fiber in my area. So long crappy spectrum and it's cheap.
Oh, you got fiber? Dude, my mom's area has fiber, but they haven't expanded to over here yet. I'm waiting for them to expand. I don't live that far away from her, So it's like, man, dude, I'm really hoping that they get over here because my mom's area now has fiber, but my area does not have fiber yet. So I am waiting. I cannot wait till they finally expand over here with the fiber. Might be another year or so, but last year they were expanding to my mom's area with fiber. So I hope we get it over here too, man. I want the fiber. I want the fiber. I want it. So that's Justin. Thank you for another $3 dono. Appreciate that. Let's go. We got full combo and extensions tonight. Let's go. See if we can hit the platinum times 1 or 2. Thoughts on PC families like Vertanga? Oh no, Nintendo. On blaming Nintendo for Outer Worlds 2. I don't know. They changed the price back, so I don't know how they're blaming them. I think they blamed them originally, which was stupid, and now it's been confirmed that it's been stupid because Microsoft made their own decision, had nothing to do with Nintendo, just like them changing it has nothing to do with Nintendo. So, like I said before, it was dumb beforehand, and it's dumb now. It's only been proven that I was right. They made their own decision. It had nothing to do with Nintendo. So, because once again, they changed it before we even got an MPD report, right? They changed it before anything, so they weren't looking at what Nintendo was doing, like I said before. So, let's see here. I'm curious what the bundle physical sales ratio will be for Mario Kart World. If most bought the Mario Kart World bundle, it would be interesting. Well, in the US, there's an 82% attach rate, so I did go over that. Here in the US, there's an 82% attach rate with Mario Kart World. So, there you go. It's a pretty high attach rate. Obviously, in Japan, we know the sales numbers there. We have to see for other places. But we have heard that there's really large attach rates, attach ratios, like in Spain. I think we've heard up to 80-something, 90% in certain countries. So, I mean, obviously, between the bundle or between people just buying the game. However, if you look at the MPD sales here in the US, Mario Kart World was the #1 game sold physical retail. It's not counting digital sales or the bundle sales. So it was the #1 game sold physically here in the US. So people were buying it regardless, whether it was in the bundle or not, people were buying it. At least if you go based off the MPD, if you just go based off the Nintendo Switch MPD charts, it was #1. Overall MPD, it was #3. So, yeah, it seems like it did okay, physical sales. But yes, the majority of people picked up that. But I think that the 82% number does come from the physical sales attached to the amount of sales that it had for the month. So that's, 1.6 million, 82%. What are we looking at? Over 1 million units in sales probably for Mario Kart World physical here in the US, or around 1 million. Yeah, over 1 million, 1.6, 1 million. So 82% attach rate. So yeah, we're looking at definitely about 1 million, million plus. For the physical sales. So yeah, let's see here. So what's the misinformation? Monado, we're gonna get to it. Relax. We're gonna get to it. Chill. You've asked me twice, and I said we're gonna get to it. Let me just say what up to everybody here. Let's see here. Life will change. What's up? Life will change. Shalifi says there's voice acted in Donkey Kong Bonanza. It's super low, but I can still make out whatever's up with that. All I found is design choice. I'm not sure. Maybe you got to adjust something on your TV, Shalifi, because it sounds fine to me. The voice acting is only Pauline, though. She's the only one that voice acts. The other people just speak some type of weird, whatever, gibberish type language. What's up, Joey M? Welcome to the stream. Appreciate that, man. Thanks for coming out. Navarro, what's good? Welcome to the stream. Liza Phil says, I don't support $80 games. I don't care what you guys support or not, man. Buy whatever you want. So if you don't want to buy it, don't buy it. If you want to buy it, buy it. That's my basic thing. So buy whatever you want, Let's see here. 10,000 says patience, scratch off. Yeah, guys, we're gonna get to it. Relax, just relax. So yeah, the great news today. That's nuts. Nintendo made sales past the first PS2. Yeah, well, in Japan it did outsell it. It also did it here in the US too. But yeah, when it comes to the first month sales, we got that. But one thing that's, like I said, part of the lying epidemic that we're gonna go through here. We've got some people that are manipulating the data and making up things to push to their audience, and then using a question mark to say, "Oh, well, maybe," to kind of alleviate themselves from the lies. So yeah. Outer Worlds makes 0 cents. Even DK was 70. Yeah, Outer Worlds made no sense. That's the reason why I said that it had nothing to do with Mario Kart. Why would they sit there and think that the Outer Worlds is on the level of Mario Kart? Mario Kart 8 Deluxe sold 80 million. Even if you look at all the previous Mario Kart games, I don't think there's been an Outer Worlds game that has ever even sold. Like, Mario Kart has way better sales and over that. Like, you're not basing your freaking big games off of Mario Kart. Like, why would you base it off of a game that sold 68 million units and in the past decade sold 70 plus million units? That makes zero sense. I know Microsoft might not make all the best decisions every now and then, but they're not that stupid. You know, they're not that dumb to sit there and say Mario Kart did it, so we can too. Like, they did not do that. It's a stupid thing. I said that from the beginning. I'm like, Microsoft's not that dumb. They're not that dumb to do that. They did not base it off of Mario Kart, a game that sold 70 million units, that they know good and well that people will buy it for that. And then they say, oh, we can sell the Outer Worlds for 80. Like, that's the dumbest thing. That's stupid. They made the decision because of all the money that they've been spending. They shedded a bunch of salary, replaced a bunch of people with AI, and decided, and weren't probably, this is my own opinion, probably weren't getting enough pre-orders on their games, so they decided to rescind it because nobody's gonna freaking rush out to buy the Outer Worlds at $80. That's the reason why that they did. Nobody's gonna rush out and buy that at $80, so therefore they rescinded it. That's my opinion on that last part. So yeah, that's the reason why. But they raised the price initially because, one, the tariffs were affecting their business. Two, their overhead wasn't enough. Clearly, with the mass purge that they did, they wanted to shed costs. So that's what they've been doing. They've been trying to reduce costs, and they've been trying to increase profit margin or increase revenue, and that's what they did. That's the reason why they raised it. But it didn't work. People weren't pre-ordering it like that. It's not up to that level, so therefore they decided to change it. That was their decision, though. It had nothing to do with Nintendo, had nothing to do with Sony, had nothing to do with, in terms of their business decisions. It had nothing to do with that. They just, it was their own decision. So yeah. I think they were always doing it just to seem like the good guy who listened to the fans. I don't think so. I don't think that was it.
Also, I was watching the stream replay and Sparking Zero came up on why it's not as good as could be. My thoughts on why is because of corners cut to get the game out the same day as Dama, and they focus too much on the wrong things.
Okay. Shout out to Justin. Thank you for another combo. I appreciate that. 9 on the board. Justin running it right now. And anybody does 9 or more, you can beat out Justin on the board. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Also, 6 away from the first extension on stream. What's up, Sidious? Welcome. Let's see here. Randall Gilbert with the tune-in tier pledge. Thank you so much, Randall. I appreciate that. Welcome to the tune-in tier squad. Thank you so much for becoming an Elite Ninja. Enjoy your badges, your exclusive badges and emotes, and check out the homepage and the C Perks package to get into our Discord and play video games against myself and the community. Mario Kart World Mondays when we have them. So yeah, what's up, Cold K? I don't think that they changed it just to look like the good guys. You know, I really don't. I think that they essentially, like I said, they purged a bunch of extra, overhead that they have. They essentially saw that nobody was pre-ordering the games. So they decided to change it because nobody was pre-ordering it on PC. Nobody was pre-ordering it on PS5. And they're like, oh, well, we better just change it because nobody's going to buy this game at 80 at launch. So that's the reason why. That would be my estimation why, you know. But if people were pre-ordering it and if people were buying it, do you guys really think that they would have changed the price back down? Of course not. It's and it's not based off of what people were saying. Otherwise, they would have changed it a while ago. Why'd they wait all the way till now to change it at this point? It's been months since they announced that. Now they wait what? April, May, June, July. They wait 3 months They wait 3 months to change it? That's insane. People weren't even really talking about it anymore like that. Really, people were just like, all right, I'll just get Game Pass or whatever, you know? So, nah, they would have changed it months ago. They would have rescinded it like they did with their Xbox Live. When they tried to increase the price of Xbox Live, everybody complained. They rescinded it almost right away. They would have done that if that was the case. So, nah, we ain't giving them that. We ain't giving them that. Shaw X with the $5 dono. And he says, OJ, come on. You know damn well Xbox hasn't made a good decision since the 360. Well, here's what I will say, Shaw X. Microsoft been flip-flopping it for a while now, right? They flip-flop on so many different things. So this is just another one of their flip-flops. It's just another one of their flip-flops that they've done multiple times on decisions. So essentially that's what happened, man. Like, it ain't, like I said before, it's their own decision. It wasn't based off of anything else. Or wait a minute, or maybe it was Nintendo's fault. Did they see how Donkey Kong Bonanza was selling so incredible at $70 and decided to change the price? Is that what happened? To drop the price so they can, oh, so thank you, Nintendo. Never mind. It was Nintendo's fault the first time, and it's also Nintendo's fault the second time, because Donkey Kong Bonanza came out. Donkey Kong Bonanza's been killing it in sales numbers at 70. They apparently copy Nintendo and their business structure, right? They copy. So if that's the case, then let's just blame Donkey Kong Bonanza. It's their fault. So there you go. Donkey Kong Bonanza got Outer Worlds and all of their other games to change back down to $70 because they're copying Nintendo. So, I mean, obviously I'm being sarcastic here, guys, but I mean, shout outs to Shot X. Thank you for the $5 dono. That does make you the stream ninja. That is the highest singular dono per stream, or in the stream so far. So thank you so much, Shot X. And I hope you got your Donkey Kong code. I did get that to you, Shot X. Shout outs to the hopefully you enjoy, or whoever you give it to, or whatever the case is. Yo, Work World! Thank you so much for the Jonin tier pledge. Welcome to the Elite Ninja Squad. Thank you so much for becoming an Elite Ninja. Shoutouts, guys. We got some new raw Elite Ninjas, non-gifted, coming through. Hey, you guys want to support your boy, support the stream, ! Member. I appreciate the new people joining up. Thank you so much, man. Get your emotes, get into the Discord, play some games with us, man. It is a dope community. We are almost at that 500 level, too. So thank you guys so much. And we've also got this, too. So Work World, you guys give them some love. Brand new Elite Ninja. Enjoy your emotes, my boy. And 15-minute extension on tonight's stream. Hey, yo!
Overclock Buster!
Yes, sir. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the support. Next one up at the big 3-0. 30-minute extension. Let's go. Thank you, guys. I appreciate that. Wouldn't be surprised if Sony changed Ghost of Yotei's deluxe price. Change it to what? Isn't the deluxe is already $80, right? So what? Change it to what? 70 or 90 or what? Sarcasm on the internet, not allowed. I know, seriously. Do you think Switch 2 will be successful 1 year from now? If so, why? Yeah, because 1 year from now, we'll probably have like Animal Crossing, maybe a 3D Mario, and like other bigger, even bigger hitters than we have this year. So this is how it works, guys. Switch, I know it's a crazy concept, because I know some of y'all be watching other YouTubers that don't know their head from their butt when it comes to Nintendo. But video game systems sell based off of how good the software is, particularly exclusive software. Nintendo in particular, that is very, very important, because they do not get everything that the third parties get, and their system is not as strong and can run everything like the third parties get, or like Microsoft and Sony. So they have to have an edge, and Nintendo's edge is their first party games. They live and die kind of by those first party titles. Now, don't get me wrong. The third party titles come in, they help supplement. You need those as well to do well. But at the end of the day, if Nintendo does not have their first party titles killing it, they're going to be in trouble. So Nintendo's going to do well as long as they have great first party software. I'm pretty sure that they're going to have great first party software a year from now. I'm almost positive there's going to be a big new 3D Mario announced. There's going to be other titles, probably Animal Crossing and other big games. So yeah, that's how they're going to keep on doing well. So yeah, the first mistake was thinking Outer Worlds 2 was worth 80. That's what I'm saying. It was never worth 80, you know? So that's why it was never worth that for many people. So Microsoft made their own decision. They saw that it was a bad decision. They rescinded the decision because people weren't pre-ordering it. That's my guess. That would be my guess. Why? Because it took them 3 months. People were already been complaining at this point. So yeah. Let's see here. It says, screw Animal Crossing, I want Fire Emblem. It's not an either or. You're probably going to get both. Nintendo makes Fire Emblem and Animal Crossing. It's not one or the other. You know what I'm saying? Like, what you need to have a successful system is that you need to have a variety of different types of games. Just because something doesn't suit your own taste doesn't mean it shouldn't be around or it's not important. Like, a lot of you guys, not a lot of you guys, some of you guys are selfish and don't understand what makes a system tick. You want great games, you want more content, you're going to want the best heavy hitters on the platform. Trust me, if Nintendo was just running off the fumes of Fire Emblem, they would have went out of business a long time ago. You better thankfully, they have stuff like Animal Crossing. They have other games, you know, that can help get more people to buy the system, so therefore that can actually increase the sales. More people buying the system, more sales, more of their niche franchises can get more people to try out their games. For example, Fire Emblem, in my opinion, got a huge boost based off the fact that Animal Crossing is on the system. Animal Crossing was a true system seller for the 3DS. That in turn, I'm not saying that there's a ton of crossover between those two, but what I'm saying is that Animal Crossing helped boost the profile of the 3DS to get more people to buy the system. That in turn can help out Fire Emblem when it comes down to it. So it's all in synergy, guys. It's not one or the other. It's not like, screw this. It's like, dude, we need all of that crap. Even if I don't like something, I'm like, okay, cool. That's going to get more people in to buy the system. You know, that's going to get more developer support. You know, developers want to see that. They want to see those big heavy hitters. They want to see those games that sell the system. And that in turn helps Nintendo's other games. Remember what Miyamoto said. Miyamoto said, look, man, we don't need every single one of our games. And Nick93, thank you for the gifted membership, man. I appreciate that. Yo, let's go. Shout outs, Elite Ninjas in the chat. Let's go. Thank you so much, Nick. I appreciate that, bro. You guys give Nick some love and I'll get you up on the board in just a bit. You guys got to understand, man, it's all about, like I said, getting as many people to get the system as possible, and then that's going to help out. Miyamoto said that too. He's like, hey, look, as long as we have our big Zelda, our big Mario, whatever games that can do 10 million or 20 million, we can take chances and we can experiment with other games. Well, Fire Emblem is in that category. Fire Emblem, Xenoblade, some of these games that don't do as much, you know? So shout outs to my man, Nick93. Thank you so much for the gifted membership. Hey, yo. 495 on the board. We are only 5 Elite Ninja away. Hey, yo, thank you guys so much, man. I appreciate that. Let's go. 20 on the board, 10 away from a combo breaker. And what I heard MP yesterday, some want Nintendo to buy Pocket Pair to make the next Pokemon. While some are just silly. Yeah, people are just trolling. Nobody actually thinks that's a serious thing. Yeah, COD is not changing the price, but how much do people pay to early access to the micro? Yeah, COD is not changing. COD is not changing the price. I thought they said all of their holiday games are changing to 70 again. So COD staying 80. I don't know. I didn't see that part, Chrono Rig, so I'm not sure about that. Do you think that the record sales mean third parties will make games for Switch 2 in mind? Yes, some third parties. That's a good question. Western third parties, no. Like major AAA third parties, no. They're still gonna, PS5 is gonna be the main platform. Japanese third parties, absolutely. AA third parties, yes. Like AA indie developers, yes. Japanese developers, yes. Japanese AAA developers, some. But it's really, like I said, the sales continuing on is very important for that, right? Like, and even getting like commissioned third-party games or like outsourced or getting funded third-party games, those sales got to be good. I was around in the Wii U era, guys, and the Wii U era, it could have used the Animal Crossing. I can tell you that right now. It could have used an Animal Crossing. It really could have used an Animal Crossing because those sales were abysmal. And Animal Crossing has been a system seller now for a decade plus, going all the way back to the Nintendo DS, you know. They're really the only game that wasn't a system seller for like Animal Crossing when it comes to a mainline title was like the GameCube and a little bit of the GameCube and like maybe a little bit of the Wii. But the DS, the 3DS, the Switch One, all those, Animal Crossing has been a big system seller for sure. For sure. Shout outs though, guys. Thank you so much, Nick93, with the one gift. If anybody does one gift or more, you give it out. Nick93 on the board. Hey, what's up, Gaming Mariner? Welcome to the stream. Shout outs. I'm sorry, I meant COD is staying 70, but look at how many people pay for the early access price microtransactions. Yeah, that's true. Okay, that's what you meant. Gotcha. Wii U did need a lot of 3DS Scout, that's for sure. Yes, Wii U needed, heck, Wii U needed a Fire Emblem. Wii U needed a Animal Crossing. Wii U needed a Pokemon. Wii U needed all of that, but just the teams weren't ready, you know? The teams weren't ready. Nintendo's marketing was not great. The advertising was not great. I mean, we all know it's the same old story we've said a million times for the last decade plus, you know. So, all right, nothing to rehash here. What's up, Justin Richard? Welcome to the stream. It's been 30 years since I last played a Madden game on Game Gear. Game Gear. Wow, Madden on Game Gear. How was that experience? Let's see. I hope we get a game from BioWare on Nintendo Switch 2. Well, BioWare, they really only have one project that we know about, and that is Mass Effect 4 or Mass Effect 5, whatever you want to call it. Maybe we get the what's it called? The Legendary Edition. Maybe we get something like that on the Switch too. Nick93 with another gifted membership. Hey, yo. Getting us closer to that goal. A couple goals that we're hitting up on. 30-minute extension goal. We're only 8 combos away. Also, on the Elite Ninjas, Elite members, we're only, I think, about 6 away. I don't know if sometimes it drops off there, but Nick with the 2 gifted as well. Anybody that's tour, we give it up. Nick93 on the board. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Sun Gekkoga with the gifted membership from Nick93. Madden 92 on the Game Gear. Yo, Madden 92. I could never afford a Game Gear, so the only time that I played Game Gear at my friend Dominic's house. He had a Game Gear, and whenever he went to his like soccer matches, I would play the Game Gear. Like he had like Sonic, and I think he had a couple other games. But yeah, it was really fun. I thought it was really cool when I played it. It was a behemoth, but I actually thought it was really cool. But one time I was playing it and it died. The batteries died when I was playing it, and I was like, "Aw." And we didn't have any more because it took like 15 AAA or 15 AA batteries back in the day, man. Like you used to have to, you know, bring out the batteries for that, unless you have the rechargeable battery pack thingy. But yeah, man, it was crazy. Let's see. I think you meant pre-ordered Madden 26. I'm kind of excited to see how it plays on the Switch too. Yeah, it should be okay. You know, we're gonna get more fighting and anime games on Switch too. Fighting and anime, of course we are. It's fighting and anime. Nah, man, Wii U got Animal Crossing Amiibo Festival, the True System seller. Yeah, True System barrier, more like it. Oh, man. Let's see here. Looking forward to seeing the indie developers take advantage of the Switch 2 power upgrade. Indie developers have been holding it down since the Wii days, like Fast RMX. Yeah, absolutely, Tico. Absolutely. So we actually got footage of WWE 2K26, actually the gameplay of the game, and you know, people are saying that it plays pretty good. I think RGT's liking it right now on Switch 2. Looks like he might have Stevie Richards for a new video coming up. But yeah, it looks like people are really enjoying WWE 2K20. Sorry, did I say 2K2? Let's say WWE 2K25. If I messed up, my bad. If I didn't, then whatever. Forget what I just said. But yeah, it looks like people are really enjoying it, man. And I'm happy because WWE 2K18 was a debacle on the Switch one, man. That's when everyone said, okay, this system, it has no power. It can't even run a damn WWE game, you know? So I was just like, man, what is this? But yeah, it's good to see that it's actually running good and looking good on the Switch too. So definitely a positive. The only bad thing was that there's no actual game key card. I mean, there's no actual physical disc, and then also on insult to injury, no actual even game key card. So just like a code in a box or just like a digital. So that's the only downside to it, you know. But outside of that, it's looking pretty good. Definitely a good idea. Definitely good for the future of WWE games on the Nintendo Switch 2. What's up, Anthony Smith? Welcome. I don't think Game Freak will ever truly release a Pokemon game that looks and runs as good as Mario and Zelda. Maybe, maybe not. I mean, because Mario and Zelda are different types of games. Mario and Zelda don't have to program 5,000 different Pokemon to run around in a world and all that. They don't have to do all of it. You know, I think if Game Freak made a platformer, I think they can probably make something that looked almost as good. Or if they made just like a regular action game, I think they can probably do that. But a Pokemon game is a whole different type of thing, you know. Let's see here. Wanted to know your thoughts. Okay. On what? I didn't see your first comment. Haven't played a wrestling game since WWF WrestleFest. WWF WrestleFest. I have not played a wrestling game, I think, since... Oh, man. When was the last... Dude, I don't even remember the last wrestling game I played. Probably since, like, the GameCube. Did I play that one with Kurt Angle on the cover? I forgot. Dude, I don't remember. It's been a while. I want NFL Street and X-Men Legends on the GameCube on Switch 2. Ooh, that'd be nice. Let's see here. Shoutouts to Anthony Smith. Welcome to the stream, though. Let me read what Rob had to say, though. Rob, did you put a different comment in there? So I think I missed your first comment, Rob. So if you want to repeat that, that'd be good. I missed that, Rob. So yeah, I mean, NFL Street is one of my favorite games of all time, man. It's such a great game. I'm wishing that NFL Street came back, but knowing EA, I don't think they have any interest in doing NFL Street ever again. So that's very unfortunate, but you know, it would be cool. It would be cool. New Lollipop Chainsaw anime announced. Lollipop Chainsaw anime. Yeah, I did hear that there's a deal that they struck for multiple, I guess, Lollipop Chainsaw franchise games and all that, so that's pretty cool. Let's see here. Nick93 with the $1.99 says, bet you've been playing a lot of DK Bonanza. Yes. Hold up, give me a second. Yes, I've been playing a ton of DK Bonanza, and I got my new Mamba. And listen, I was hating on the Mamba. I was hating on the Mamba, but the Mamba is actually bumper. It's bumping. You know what I'm saying? The Mamba is actually pretty good. I actually like the Mamba. It's not bad. It's not quite as good as the Satisfy grip, like for Switch 1. But it's got like a nice little anti-slip right here. It's kind of matte right here. And it's got some like, you know, a little bit more ergonomics right here, you know, and it's got a clear back so you can see the Switch 2 logo. And the most important thing with the Mamba, which I was roasting the Mamba, is that it's very easy to access the buttons. Because, you know, I have to, often if I'm, you know, playing them, my boy wakes up, or, you know, I'm sitting down inside his room and we're watching or he's watching Cocomelon and I got my game, and like he wants to play with me, you know, or whatever. He wants to like play real quick. I gotta quickly be able to access the power button to put it on sleep, or change the volume if I need to change the volume. And the Mamba gives it to where they give you like buttons on top of it, right? So it's not like you have to dig your fingernail in like my last grip that I have. This one actually makes it to where you can access the plus and minus. Like it's like an extra button on top of it. So like it's like a shell button, and it works really well. It's got all this stuff. It's not super heavy. It was $30. I got it overnighted to me. Or no, I got it that day. It actually came, not overnight. It came that day that we ordered it yesterday. So it came that day and I played it. At first I was like, oh, this isn't good. But then as I used it, I was like, okay, hold up. It's actually kind of solid. So yeah, it's not a bad case at all or a grip at all. But yeah, I've been playing a ton of Donkey Kong Bonanza. The game is fantastic. I think now that I have like 20 hours. And I'm not even like, I haven't even gotten like the second Bonanza power yet. Like, or yeah, the second transformation. Yeah, I got 20 hours or more. So I'm definitely humming along 20 hours in the game. But yes, I've been playing a ton of it, Nick93. And it is fantastic. I love Bonanza. It is a great game. I just want to finish it up before I really give like more of my final thoughts. I might do one more impression video because I am very, very happy with the game so far. Very happy. I think it's really good. It's really addictive. Really, really, really addictive game. Shout out to Nick Anything. 24 on the combo board. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we are only 6 combos away from a 30-minute extension on tonight's stream. Thank you so much, Nick93, for the multiple gifted and the $1.99 dono, man. I appreciate that. Shout outs. What's up, Juan Lopez? Hey, what up, Juan? NFL Street, yes, sir. Let's go. Zucky Jucky. There'll be more bundles coming soon. More different Switch 2 bundles. I will work until the Satisfy drops. Yeah, it'll work till the Satisfy drops for sure. It'll work till the Satisfy drops, 100%. Mamba case is very good. I have the Mamba Titan case. It's more bulky, but still docks. Yeah, I didn't want anything super bulky. I didn't want anything really bulky or heavier. I just wanted something, you know, basic Becky. But this one's not bad, though. The Mamba's not bad. Specific. Oh, NBA Street. Yeah, NBA Street Volume 2. That's like one of my favorite sports games. My favorite extreme sports game for sure, and one of my favorite just overall sports games. NBA Street Volume 2. Goated. Bruh, so much bananas to collect. I'm almost done too. Nice. Let's go. What do you think of the upcoming Pokemon ZA for Switch 2 bundle coming out October? I mean, it's not really anything that we need to get. If you don't have a Switch 2, then yeah, you can pick it up, and you want to get Pokemon Legends ZA, then yeah, get it. But it's not a special design bundle or anything like that, so it doesn't really matter too much. You know, I talked about it in my video. It's cool, but I mean, it's going to help sell the system, but I mean, there's not really anything outside. We already have, like not most of us, but a lot of us already have it, so it's good for sales for sure. But yeah, it's not like it's a special design system or anything. They're just putting a highly anticipated game into a bundle to help it sell, which I know the Pokemon company likes. Super Christian Legend ZA with the $2 dono. Speaking of DKB, can we play Heart Gold from it? I can't play any music from it because I don't know how copyrights are working right now. And I don't want to get potential spoilers. So that's the reason why I can't play anything from it, but I can play DK music. But I can't do anything right now for the game. Thank you so much, Christian, though. I appreciate it. If you have something else, just let me know in the chat. And I got you, man. And I got you. And Nick93 with another gifted membership. Yo, that is crazy. Nick with the 3 gifts. Appreciate that. That might be a new record for you, Nick. Thank you so much, man. I don't know what's going on here, but I appreciate the multiple gifted Elite Ninjas. Thank you so much, Nick93 with the 3 gifts. Anybody does 3 or more, you can pass it my man Nick93. 2 combos. Count them, 2 combos away from the 30-minute extension. Let's go. DK Bonanza is so addicting and fun. Yes. The first thing that I do, like, if I stop playing DK Bonanza, I go to sleep or whatever the case is, I finish work and I play it. It's like my whole interest of smashing everything resets, because sometimes I get kind of tired of it, and I do like objectives, and I go and I get, you know, like I get maps, and I collect, you know, fossils or whatever, right? And then I'm like, oh, I'm kind of tired of smashing stuff. So then I just, like, you know, turn off the game, or I'm just like done. I'm done for the night or whatever, right? As soon as I wake up, that urge to smash stuff goes right back. As soon as I start playing the game again, I want to smash things again. Like, it goes away for a bit. I get kind of tired of it, but then it like resets. It resets the next time after I turn off the game and I play it the next time. And I just want to smash everything for the first 30 to 40 minutes of me playing. And I got to tell myself, okay, wait, no, don't just smash everything. Actually, like, you know, go around, try to find more of the maps, use the treasure maps, and do all that type of stuff. So it's hilarious, man. It's alright. Trying to get to that 500. Yes, sir. Let's go. Let's get there. Justin with the $3.
I would avoid looking up anything DK on YouTube. After I just looked up Donkey Kong on YouTube and was spoiled right away. Luckily, it was something I already knew.
Exactly. That's part of the reason why I don't want to do it too, because potential spoilers when you type in Donkey Kong and all of that. So I don't want to spoil myself or anybody else. Also, some of the music might be later in the game, so people still haven't gotten there. So it's just a bit early for stuff like that, but probably within the next month, maybe once we get to the next major Nintendo Switch 2 game, not Mario Party Jamboree plus Jamboree TV, but the next one, then yeah. Thank you so much, Nick93. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you, Justin, for another $3 dono. That gets you to 12 and the official 30-minute extension. Hey, yo. Yo, that's not that much. Hey, yo, $12. Thank you so much. I appreciate that, Justin. Let's go. And you guys know what time it is. It's time for that overclock.
Overclock Buster!
Yes, sir. Stream clock extended. Thank you so much, Mr. Justin. Appreciate that. Next one up at 45 combos. We are close to that as well, guys. Let's go. After leaving my OG NS1 on a bus, I gravitated towards the cases with shoulder strap. You left it on a bus. Oh, man. That sucks, dude. I'm sorry to hear about that. Let's see here. Sorry to hear about that. When do you think the next direct it will be a partner showcase? Probably won't be a partner showcase. Because they need to detail Nintendo first party games. Oh, and shout outs to Wiley, he got the gifted. And it's probably going to be next week. It's going to be July, so it's probably going to be next week sometime. That's what I'm guessing. There's only 1 week left, and Nate says that it's still in July, so it's probably next week. Rob Navarro with the $10 dono. This is what I was saying earlier in regards to Borderlands 4. I don't know if you saw Randy Pitchford confirmed Borderlands 4 will be 30 on Switch 2 with dips in heavy intense areas. What are your thoughts? Thank you. Yeah, to me, it's not that great of a port. If it's going to be 30 FPS with some dips in some intense areas, that's not that great of a port. It seems to be more like a just average to mediocre port. So I have to wait and see once we see how crazy those dips are. But it went from, okay, maybe I'll check it out on Switch 2 at some point with the first price drop to now like, I probably won't buy it and I'll just pick it up if I feel like it on PS5 Pro later down the line. But no, that's not great. They got to do a better job than that, in my opinion. I mean, Borderlands is, I know it's a big open world game and intensive, but you got to use the DLSS. You got to get something stable. You can't get 30 FPS with dips, you know? So yeah, but like I said, I got to see how crazy it is, you know? But I wasn't going to buy Borderlands 2 when it first, like, I'm not going to sit here and act like I'm the biggest Borderlands fan. I'm not. So, and I've been saying that. So yeah. But maybe I'll check it out. Maybe I'll check it out at some point. Let's see here. What are your thoughts on DK Bonanza versus Mario Odyssey? I'll probably have a video on that later discussing DK Bonanza versus Mario Odyssey and like my thoughts on the games. So I'll probably have a video talking about it, but I don't want to speak too soon before I really finish DK Bonanza, you know? Thank you so much, Mr. Rob Navarro. Hey, yo, thank you so much with the big $10 first JoJo of the stream. JoJo on a what is it, a Wednesday? Let's go, JoJo on a Wednesday. Remember, guys, tomorrow morning, Donkey Kong Bonanza sales in Japan, too, so that should be interesting to see how it did. Rob N. Thank you so much, Rob N. with the big $10 dono. Anybody does 10 or more, you can beat up my man Rob N. because he has the largest one for the Stream Ninja and 41 on the combo board, man. I appreciate that, Rob. Good question, too, by the way. But yes, I did see that from him. Let's see, by the way, I finally bought Bonanza. Notes the camera is driving me nuts. Any way to mitigate that? The camera's driving. Well, I don't know how it's driving you nuts with the camera. I would say make sure you manipulate it your own way. But I'm not sure how it's driving you nuts because I haven't had as much problem with it. But I did see other people say, oh, they had a problem with the camera, but I haven't had any problem with the camera. But I'm always constantly, moving it and adjusting it, and I'm really good at moving cameras for 3D games like Mario and Zelda and stuff like that. When people have camera problems, I usually don't. So yeah, I'm not sure how. Keep zooming in while punching, especially at the beginning. The beginning mine keeps zooming in while punching, especially the beginning mine. Well, yeah, you're in an enclosed area, so it's going to zoom in because you're in enclosed. They can't zoom out because you have to be able to. You're enclosed, so I don't know how far do you want to zoom out. There's stuff all around you, so get out of the mine area and you'll be okay. Get out of the mine area and you'll be all right. Let's see here. So that's Borderlands 4 support 30 FPS, but go to 60 FPS. Not on Switch 2, no. Not on Switch 2, it doesn't. So, let's see here. They're claiming it's not port, though. Well, yeah, because it's developed in-house. So, it's developed in-house, but I don't know how much they actually are using all of the feature set. Once again, once we get the Digital Foundry tech breakdown and all that, but once again, I'm not a big Borderlands fan. If I was a huge Borderlands fan, I'd probably buy it because portable Borderlands is awesome. But I'm not going to buy it day one. No, I'm probably not going to buy it day one just because I'm not, like I said, big on Borderlands. And if they get me a review code, sure, I'll check it out, review code, and I'll see if it's like a major issue or not. But I got to actually see or play it. I got to see or play it first before I say it's the worst thing ever or it's okay. Not all 30 FPS is the same. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth has quite possibly the worst 30 FPS I've seen in my life. Kirby and the Forgotten Land, it's 30 FPS and it's significantly better. So not all 30 FPS are created equal. I don't want 30 FPS. I want 60. Heck, not even all 60 FPS are created equal. But sometimes a game can be 30 and it can play just fine or good enough. And other times the game can be 30 and it feels terrible. Like I said, Final Fantasy, Elden Ring, Final Fantasy, those games at 30 FPS feel like molasses dookie water. So I got to play the game first, I got to play it first. Yeah, Rebirth at 30 is, like I said, legitimately it cuts your eyes open first and foremost. Like literally, the graphics cut your eyes open, and then on top of that, it just doesn't feel good to play because of how fast paced the game is. Now, of course, it's if you have PS5 Pro, way better. Even on the base PS5, they did make a performance mode where it's better. It's not perfect, but it's way better. And I rather play now. The visuals are a bit softer on there with that, but I rather have that than play at that terrible 30 FPS that it has. Like I said, that's the worst 30 FPS I've ever played in my life. It's like worse than well, I'm not sure. Am I gonna go as far as Hyrule? No, I ain't gonna go as far as Hyrule Warriors Age of Calamity. But there's some things in Age of Calamity that actually felt better, even with the frame rate dips. That in that is bad 30 FPS. That is bad. It's bad 30 FPS. But the other modes are fine, which is okay for me when I was playing. All right, take it easy, Justin. Thanks for coming out to the stream. Got a comment that I won. How am I supposed to send a message? Okay, Dumpstairs. Let me just make sure I say this, guys. We've got a fake imposter that's saying that you guys won, that are trolling you guys. You got a fake imposter. You didn't win the giveaway. We already contacted everyone, and we're starting to distribute the codes for the giveaway. So I have to go in there and block those people that are doing that. But yeah, we have some trolls that are trying to, like I said, do impersonation. But you can tell that it's not me, because it's not my actual @ and if it was me, you would see it like this. If it was me, you would see a check mark and it would be highlighted. You would know it was me because it would be the check mark that, oh, this is the owner of the channel. But if you look at the @ on there, it's not Player Essence. It's just some random numbers or whatever. So I'm sorry about that, Dumpstairs. I'm sorry, man. So yeah. JB, go on Nintendo Everything and type in Donkey Kong Bonanza motion sickness, and they have a guide to help out with that if you're getting motion sick on there, JB. So go on there and type that in, and they can help you out there. Let's see here. Molasses Dookie Water sounds horrible. Yeah, it was the worst 30 FPS I've ever played in my life. Elden Ring and Final Fantasy have the worst quality modes, like the worst, at least on base PS5. I don't know about PS5 Pro. But on base PS5, the worst quality modes ever, and I don't ever recommend anybody even trying that. Use the performance modes; they're significantly better. So yeah. Yeah, there's a few imposters. I've been trying to ban some of them, man, but they're like all over the place. So yeah. 2K can't afford to do a half-hearted job with David X Machina and Pokemon Legends bookending it. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see overall. I don't think that they're really relying upon Switch 2 for Borderlands sales. I think they're really PlayStation and Xbox and PC are going to be the main platforms, you know. But yeah, we'll see for sure. Shout outs, guys. Appreciate that. 4 combos away from a 45-minute extension. You guys are on my shout outs to Big Rob, man. Remember, if you drop a dono, make sure you put your music request in there. Rob, I don't know if you want any music. Christian, I'm not sure if you wanted anything. We couldn't get the Donkey Kong music, but I can get something else for you. So let me know. Justin, I know you dropped a couple. Let me know what you want. If you want something, put it in the chat. Hey, what's up, Russell? Welcome to the stream. Let's see here. Welcome. I turned off camera shake and motion sickness was gone. There you go. Yeah, that's it. Camera shake. I turned my camera shake to very light. So yeah, I think if you turn your camera shake to very light, that'd be great, you know? FF7 Remake and Rebirth felt bad even in 60 plus FPS on PC. Really? Really? It felt bad to play? Okay. I mean, I played Final Fantasy VII Remake on the PS4 at 30. And I don't remember that. I mean, it didn't feel great, but it didn't feel as bad as Rebirth. I don't know. Maybe, I'm not sure. But they felt bad at that too. Yo, Captain Kingston with the $1.99. It says song request, Spyro Ice Cavern. Ooh, good request, by the way. Thank you so much, Mr. Captain Kingston. Yo, I appreciate you, man. Thank you so much for the support. Spyro Ice Dragon. Spyro! Spyro Ice Cavern. All right, let's go. Thank you so much for the support, man. I appreciate that. Spyro Ice Cavern. Let's get the combos up too. We got just 2 more combos, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen. We are humming along. Can we get a platinum tonight? Maybe. Let's go. Shout outs, guys. Appreciate that. Also, Dopits. Thank you so much for the follow over there on Twitch. Thank you so much. I wish when you sent your amiibo out on Smash, you can watch their match. We all wish these things. Hopefully Square Enix fixes the Final Fantasy series with the next entry, or the series is going to keep going downhill fast. Yeah, I mean, I think that really they just got to finish up Final Fantasy 3 Remake, you know, or Final Fantasy 7 Part 3. Final Fantasy 7 Remake Part 3, they got to finish that up. But they made some crucial mistakes, and I'm going to talk about that because, you know, we haven't gotten sales numbers yet from them. This is the furthest, I think this is quite possibly the longest that they've ever went without announcing the main Final Fantasy game sales numbers. I don't recall ever a time where we don't know the official sales numbers of a big mainline Final Fantasy game a year after it is launched. That is like unheard of for Square Enix. Like very, very much unheard of. So I don't know how bad this game did or is doing, but it doesn't seem good. It seems like pretty bad news overall, to be honest, man. Because Square Enix never waits this long to announce sales numbers, and it's been a full year and going on a half, and they've said nothing on Rebirth sales numbers. So, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, scamming everybody's comment section nowadays. It's annoying. Yeah, it sucks, man. So this is why I like the community. So helpful. Hey, no problem, JB. I'm curious how many misinformation arcs Switch 2 will keep having. It's gonna have a lot because people are gonna make a lot of money off of the misinformation arc. We had this one guy literally sit there and lie about the Switch 2 and the sales and what Nintendo said. He manipulated things to make it seem as if Nintendo made an official prediction of, or an official estimate of the first month sales numbers in the US based off of a test leak that came out where Nintendo potentially was testing what they were going to do for the data. There was no official confirmation whatsoever. Nintendo never officially stated that they were going to have 1.8 million units sold in the first month. They did not say that, hey, we're going to have the fastest selling system in the US in the first month, guaranteed. They did not do that. And this dude took that test, which was not confirmed, took that and took the number from the NPD and says that they missed their estimates and it's doing bad and all of this. And that is insane, considering the fact that the Circana doesn't actually get the My Nintendo store numbers either. So not only was it not official information from Nintendo in terms of things that they said, no, it was a test for testing for the website that accidentally went up, but also two, It doesn't count the Circana sales numbers from My Nintendo, you know, overall from people getting it directly from them. And he's pushing that. We got people that are lying intentionally and pushing that as fact. It's insane. Like I said, the misinformation arc is now getting to the lying arc of people that are just flat out lying to make money off of it, which is, once again, if you have an opinion, that's fine. You can have an opinion. But now we're just out here lying and misleading people intentionally. Like, when you know good and well, like, it's crazy, bro. It's crazy. It's crazy. Frosted Productions
Have you seen the Lego Game
30
Boy
months.
commercial recreation on Nintendo's Twitter? It's awesome if you remember the Game Boy commercials.
I did see that. I did see that. Pretty cool. Definitely pretty cool overall. Appreciate that. Thank you so much for the $3, Justin, and thank you so much, Frosted Productions, with the 30 months. I appreciate that. 46 on the board, so you guys know what time it is. It is time for that extension. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Let's go.
Overclock Buster!
Remember, from Ice Sonic to Frosted Productions, because I'm doing stuff on YouTube. Hey, there you go, Frosted Productions. Congrats on that. Wish you the best. I don't know why it took me 60 hours to actually get it to Xenoblade Chronicles X. 60 hours, that's a lot. At least you stuck with it, Dumpsters. OJ, but it's all good. So you think the Switch 2 sold more or less than 5 million in the first month? It probably sold a bit more, but we'll see. We'll see. It probably sold a bit more, but we will see overall. What's up, the Great Wild? Welcome to the stream. Hey, what's up, Mr. Davis? Welcome. How are you doing today? Shout outs. What's up, Alvin? Welcome. Big love. What's up, Dr. Blue? Says angry guy, Dreamcast guy for taking Indeed. Biggest liars on YouTube. I mean, I think it's really more about the manipulation of information. And some people, yeah, they're definitely lying. I'm not going to say all of them are lying. But it's more of the manipulation of information and also just misleading people in general. Lying about certain aspects, then never correcting themselves afterwards, or just saying, oh, well, I didn't know, or oh, well, it's okay, whatever. So yeah, that's really what it is. And once again, it's a lucrative thing. Like, they know that they can keep doing it because they're gonna make money off of it. So, but yeah, I mean, there's definitely, like I said, I think it's actually helping to sell the system, which I've talked about before. I think the misinformation is helping. I'm gonna go over my findings in just a bit. I actually had a video on it earlier, but big love to Dane Gonzalez with the big $20 dono. And he says, do you know why Switch 2 doesn't have VRR in docked mode? It's something that can be added in the future. Yes, it can be added in the future, and it actually does have VRR in docked mode. The funny thing is that they actually did some tests. And it supports VRR in dock mode. Like, they use other stuff and it supports it, but just right now it doesn't. So I'm guessing that there's some issues with the implementation of DLSS with VRR that is not quite ready to go yet. So yeah, I can feel the difference with DKB. Almost makes me not want to play docked. Song Alicia from Expedition 33. Yeah, I have not had that same thing with VRR docked. Like, I've been playing it, and you know, DKB to me, it plays fine docked, but I mean, for other people it might feel, you know, not as good. But yeah, I like I said, it plays a little bit better portable mode, but I play docked all the time and I am not really feeling it. I'm not sure if VRR would all of a sudden fix all of that. I'm not 100% sure that it would, depending on things, because it does push a little bit higher resolution overall. So maybe it could, maybe it wouldn't. But yeah, man, that's the reason why. The reason why is probably because it wasn't ready. It supports it. They did some tests, Dane. It supports it, but for some reason, it's not enabled yet. I know PlayStation 5, it took them about 2 to 3 years, 2 years, I think, to actually enable VRR, like to actually get that up and going. So I'm guessing there was some type of bug or there was some type of issue that caused VRR to not work, but the dock does support it. So we'll see. But yeah, I haven't had the same issue that you're having. I'm not getting, I guess, I don't know. Maybe it's people are more sensitive to it than not, but I play docked all the time. And you know, there's a few times where I might notice, oh, there's a little bit of a frame rate dip, or there's like a boss battle with something, but most of the time for me, it's playing okay. But like I said, everybody's different in terms of how they perceive frame rate dips and stuff like that. Let's see here. Shout out, so thank you so much. With that, I appreciate it. Let's see here. It will come. Be patient. It will come. Be patient. It might come. It might not. It might never come. But the dock does support it. Like, that's already been confirmed that it does. But I'm guessing there was some type of issue or bug or problem that implemented, like, with some of whatever they were testing, and they had to remove it at some point, because they said that it supported it, and then all of a sudden say, oh no, it doesn't. No, it supports it, you know. And then once again, the test said that it does. So we'll see if they add that to an update. All right, let's see here. Dane, let's get your music here. Alicia, Expedition 33. Let's see, looking forward to the outruns well handheld though. Yeah. I mean, it still has the frame rate dips and stuff in handheld. It's just, I think the VR might smooth things out just a little bit. Just a little bit. If the VR range is solid, it should help fix any kind of perceived frame rate drops, like 45 FPS. That'd be great. Once again, it's not a smoking. I just want to make sure that I put this out there. It's not a fix-all. VRR is not a fix-all smoking gun, you know, thing. Like, it's not that. So even if it does, because once again, portable mode has it, and there's still some dips here and there. Now, like I said, it helps out, but I don't want to sit there and say that it all of a sudden fixes everything, because it's not. But yes, it would definitely be better for sure. Let's see here. I think you missed my last super chat, big homie. I did? Shaw X? Oh, you did another one. Did you do another? Oh, never mind. I think I missed it. Yeah, I think I missed it. Oh, okay. Got the 5, big homie. Thanks. Let's keep the Spyro OST going with Magic Crafters. Okay, I got that next, Shaw X. Thank you for the 5. I think I definitely missed it. I don't know why I missed it, but I missed it. Shout outs. Thank you so much for the what's it called? For the $5 dono. Shaw X. Appreciate that, fam. Thank you so much. Also, Justin, thank you for the 3. And Dane, thank you for the big $20. I hope my answer was sufficient for you. And I hope they add the VRR soon as well, man. I hope they add it soon. Big love. 71 on the board. Yo, we are close to that first platinum. We are over the 60 as well. Yo, we are out here. Thank you so much, Dane. You are now the new Hokage. Shout out to Dane, man. Good question, too, by the way. Good question. Dane G. You and your wife have been playing DK nonstop. Just sit and watch her play most of the time. Nice. Hey, there you go. That's a good relationship right there, man. Good relationship right there. Got Fantasia New Dimension in the other day per your recommendation. Would you please stop recommending games as my backlog is big enough? Yeah, that's not my fault, man. That's your fault. No, I'm joking. Yeah, dude. Fantasian is a really good game. It's a really good game. I just don't have as much time to play it now that DK is out, you know? So, big love, man. Shout outs, guys. Let's go. Combo breaks. 71. We are 29 combos away from the next platinum. Let's go, man. Does the Switch 2 VR false advertising count as an ARC 2? No, because they removed it, so no. So Jaws VR smooths what you actually see on display. Can only do down to a certain range, though. Yeah, definitely helps out a little bit. Call spade a spade. The recent misinformation is basically Armstrong. Okay, like a reach. Armstrong reach on the Switch 2 sales downplay. Switch 2 basically made milestone sales records. I don't know why these weirdos are downplaying it. Because the reason why people are downplaying it is because they were wrong on their prediction. Their prediction that this system was going to flop, it was going to fail, it was going to do terrible overall. That was their prediction, man. Their prediction was that. They were sitting there, and they're salty and bitter over it doing way better than they thought it was going to do. I mean, that's really what it comes down to, guys. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And their whole channel is based off of grift. Their whole channel is based off of not actually playing games, but sitting there being salty about games and yelling and talking about this and that and fanboys or whatever the case is. It's not about actually covering games legitimately. It's about being angry about stuff, waking up and finding out what I can be angry about or what I can troll about. That's what their whole channel is. It's depression. It's depression. It's literally depression in a channel form for money. So I mean, that's what it's about for them. So that's the reason why that they're doing this, because one, it makes them money, and two, once again, stubborn, hard-headedness. They don't want to admit that they're wrong, man. Listen, we're all wrong. They don't want to admit that they're wrong. Before the system launched, they were sitting there doom posting it and saying it was gonna flop, you know? Justin with the $3 dono as well.
I'm playing some Mario Odyssey to refresh my memory, and honestly, I don't know which one is better. They are kinda even for me, but it could just be because I love Odyssey, so nostalgia might be helping it.
Yeah, definitely could. Yeah, like I said, guys, and I want to make sure that I make this clear. VR definitely helps out. Don't get me wrong. I just don't want you guys to think that it's some type of smoking gun that makes everything gonna just be like the greatest. Everything's just gonna smooth out. I just don't want that to be a thing. It's like DLSS, you know. It's like when people try to overhype DLSS. I'm like, hey, look, DLSS helps. It makes things better, but don't make it seem like, you know, all of a sudden it can just make everything look incredible out off the top, you know. So that's the only reason why I said that. Shout outs though. Let me get this music from Spyro though, from Shaw X. Shaw X requested some Spyro music. Thank you so much for that. I'm so sorry that I missed your dono the first time, Shaw X, man. I'm sorry about that. Magic Crafters. Homeland. All right, Magic Crafters Homeland from Spyro. Let's see here. It's all good. Josh says, OJ, how do you think Pokemon Legends ZA will do since its holiday bundle with Switch 2? It's going to do really well. And it's on Switch 1 and Switch 2. This could sell a gazillion copies. I mean, I think this one actually might break. I think Pokemon Legends Arceus, I think that did around 15, 16 million, something like that. I think this one could probably do like 20 million, maybe. Yeah, this one can do more because you have the Switch 1 and you have the Switch 2. So it's definitely gonna be a game that's gonna do really well. I can see it doing well. So yeah. These grifters have about a field day. Try to say Switch 2 sold significantly less than Switch 1 in the same time period, basically. But it didn't. So, I mean, that's factually incorrect. So, yeah, I didn't see anybody say that. I didn't see anybody go that far, because that's, like, factually false. Like, Switch 1 barely sold. It sold, I think Switch 2 sold almost 2 to 3 times more than Switch 1 in the first month. I think Switch 1 first month sold, I think it was about 2.7 million, something like that in the first month. And Switch 2 is definitely sold more than that. Definitely sold. It sold 3.5 million in 4 days. So we know that it's probably sold at least double it at this point. So yeah. Deported Sicilian with the $2 dono says OJ said everything is gonna smooth out visually. OJ said everything's gonna smooth out visually. Yeah, there you go. You got people already with the cap. Already with the cap. No, I'm joking. Shout out to Deported. Thank you for the $2 dono, man. I appreciate that. 75 on the board. Boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, we know how to get this going on the Combo Breaker. 25 combos up, and we are going to get there. 25 more combos, and we got there. The first platinum. Let's go. Let's go. According to the last update, which is March 31st, 2024, Pokemon Legends Arceus sold 14.83 million. So there you go. 15 million. There you go. 15 million. I was right around there. I'm guessing it's sold over that, though. It's over because they just haven't updated it, but I'm guessing it's over 15 million because it's been in the top 100 eShop sales. It's still one of the, better selling Pokemon games out there. So yeah, I'm guessing that it's over 15 million at this point. Hey, what's up, House Gang? Welcome. Thou shalt not cappeth. Thou shalt not cappeth. But hey, if it's Nintendo's fault, though, they should have cleared the misinformation about U.S. sales estimate, apparently. They're not going to clear anything. Deported with the 16 months of membership. Thanks so much, Deported. I appreciate that. But yeah, the arc's crazy, man. It's a good arc. Justin with another $3 dono. Let's go.
I'm looking forward to Legends CA, but there is one thing that gives me a little pause, and it's the battle system. I don't know how I feel about a cooldown on moves, and the dodging, I just have to get a feel for it.
Yeah. I mean, it's a very different battle system than previous Pokemon games, so not everyone's gonna people are gonna probably buy the game and not like the battle system. That is very possible or plausible, that you buy the game and you do not like the battle system, because it is a full-on action RPG. It feels, or it looks very similar to Xenoblade Chronicles 2 in a very small sense, but that's what Xeno 2 has. It has like cooldowns, right? Cooldowns for different skills. So, I mean, if you're making an action RPG, you're gonna have to you have to do cooldowns because you can't spam special attacks. So I think it's gonna be interesting to see how they actually make this battle system. I'm excited because it's just something different. It's the first time that they've actually had a real action RPG battle system with a main big game. So I'm excited to see it. I mean, it might suck. The battle system might be bad, but I'm willing to try it out. I think it looks okay for right now, Let's see. It's probably closer to 16 to 17 million. It's just not sold 1 million plus in the physical. Yeah, exactly. They don't put it unless it sells 1 million there. But if you go on the eShop charts, the top 100, you can see it there. I mean, it's definitely probably sold over 15 million. That update was a while ago too, March 2020. So that's more than a year ago. Doesn't matter how many records Switch or Switch 2 breaks, Sony will just keep updating the PS2 records forever. They might just, as soon as it gets to 160, oh, well, we're at 162, if it does get to 160, we'll see, of course. Honestly, my only concern with ZA is taking place in one city might be boring, but wait till play. Yeah, I've heard some other people say that too. That could be a thing. They have to vary it up, like with the wild zones, though. Like, how are those wild zones? What do they do? How do they vary those up, when it comes down to it? So yeah, well, yeah, Josh, I'm well aware of the sales numbers. I mean, Nintendo puts that out there, so we're aware of the sales numbers. But yes, that's the best-selling Pokemon game. It's actually the second best-selling Pokemon game of all time, behind Pokemon Red and Blue. So yeah, we're aware of those. So we'll see how. I don't think it's gonna do that good. I don't think Pokemon Legends CA is gonna do you know, 26, 27 million. But I can see it doing, you know, as good as Pokemon Legends Arceus, or maybe slightly worse than that. The misinformation shows true that there's weirdos spreading misinformation in bad faith, but no if or buts. That makes me wonder. Actually, greedy one exactly. It's a combination of greedy and ego. A lot of the people that are doing this, they have really strong egos. They have really like big egos. You know what I'm saying? Like they're inflated egos. They don't like to be wrong. They don't like to correct themselves. And once again, just kind of scummy people, just in general. The people that do this, like, they're just kind of scummy, you know? So that's really what it comes down to. Not everybody's a good person. Like, and I know the internet likes that. I know we know that, but I think a lot of people think that, oh, gamers, like content creators, they have your best interests and they're good people. Like, not everyone's a good person. Like, you got to also factor that in. Not everyone's a good person that creates content. Like, you know, so yeah. You also have to take that into consideration as well. So yeah. What's up? Is there someone in your channel called Player Since 300 trying to scam? Yeah, I know, J Biggs. There's some people that are trying to scam. Can somebody give me a link, like the actual link to the comment that they're doing that, just so I can try to see if I can ban all them? But yeah, we do have some people that are trying to scam in my comment section for various different things. So yeah. Yeah, Scarlet and Violet outsold Sword and Shield. But if you watch my videos, House Gang, you'd know that, because we have that in multiple update videos. So you gotta watch the vids, my boy. Watch the vids, you would know about stuff like that. Oh man. Let's see here. ZA reminds me of I think Onino Kuni. Maybe not as good, but something similar. Yeah, maybe a little bit like Nino Kuni. Yeah, maybe a little bit like that. Yeah. So yeah, absolutely. I mean, if it was anything as good as Nino Kuni, then definitely it's going to be a great game. Nino Kuni was fantastic on the PS3 back in the day, and it's okay on the Switch 1, and it's definitely great on the PS4. So yeah, absolutely, man. Absolutely, good stuff. Make sure you guys hit that like button, though. If you have not hit that like button, hit that like button. Let them know that we are streaming. As I will say, my time with Violet was the most fun I've had with the Pokemon games since Black 2 back in Gen 5. Did you play it on Switch 1 or Switch 2? And like you ate before, a lot of the Switch 2 haters actually bought Switch 2 and enjoyed the system. I don't know how many of them are actually, like, I know there are definitely people who did. But I think that there's definitely a lot of down on the DL people, you know, overall. PS2 sold 1 billion! Not even a million, 1 billion units, baby. Let's go. We're going. That's what Jim Ryan says every time that Switch gets like sells like another million or something. He just goes, "We're going further than beyond, man." They go Super Saiyan 3. Let's see here. I got Nino Kuni on the Switch 2 and Steam Deck. Which one would you recommend? Nino Kuni on Switch 2 and Steam Deck. Steam Deck's probably a little bit better in terms of how it runs, because I think Nino Kuni on the Switch, I think it has a cap. Don't quote me on that one though, but I think it might have a 30 FPS cap. But try it out. If it runs at 60, play it on Switch 2. If it doesn't and it's a 30 FPS cap, then play it on Steam Deck. Pokemon Bot was my 2022 game of the year, followed by Elden Ring. Oh man. 2022, that was definitely that year. That was Xeno 3 for me, so that was my game of the year, was Xeno 3. But yeah, hey, what's up, Vatset? Welcome to the stream, man. How you doing tonight? Welcome. How you doing, brother? Good to see you here. If you guys have questions too, tag me at PlayerEssence, hashtag Players by itself. Also, it finally updated. We are 3 Elite Ninja away from back to 500 for the first time in a hot minute, man. Shout outs, guys. Exclamation mark member if you want to join up. Big love over Xeno. Well, Xeno was my game of the year. Xeno was my game of the year in 2022. So yeah, it's our birthday. It's your birthday? Hey, happy birthday to the cool guy. Hey, let's go, man. Shout outs. Thank you so much for the thank you for coming out here on your birthday, and happy birthday to you, man. Let's go. Not sure if my comments are coming up, but I sent you a screenshot. Okay, you sent me a screenshot. Okay, thank you. Your comments are coming up. All right, I'll go in there. I'll try to see if I can fix it, guys, or I can see if I can lock comments, because that thing is. I have a bunch of people emailing me now, like, "Oh, I won the giveaway." It's like, no, we did. So I'm gonna lock the comments, or no, I can't delete it. I can't lock comments. So let me see if I can find some of them. I'm gonna have to go in there and find some of them. But yeah, it's so hard to find the people that are doing it, you know, like, cause it's so hard to find them because they comment on somebody else's stuff, and then I can't see, because like it says you have to press reply, like you have to look at the replies, right? So that's the problem, is actually finding these weirdos, man. Finding these weirdos and trying to root them out that are doing this. Okay, here we go. Yeah, yeah, there's this person. Yeah, they're trying to. Oh my god, bro. Oh my gosh, these people out here, man. What are they doing? Like, yeah, he just completely. They got 4 subscribers. People subscribing to the channel. Oh my gosh, I'm gonna report them. Report user. I'm gonna hide them from my channel. Hide them, and then yeah, there's so many people trying to scam, dude. Report user impersonation. Impersonation of me. So make sure you guys report them for impersonation as well. So if you see the comments, report them for impersonation. Speaking of Gen 5, how will the remake tackle the sequel games? How will the remake tackle the sequel games of Gen 5? Tackle the sequel games? I'm not really sure. They'll just probably have to add in the content, you know, naturally or something. Shout outs though, the cool guy. How old are we turning today? 35th birthday? Hey, there you go. 35, baby. On the way to 40. On the way to 40. 35, great number. Great number. Impersonation scam has been around for years, yet YouTube still did nothing. I mean, YouTube, I think they've tried to do some stuff, but yeah, whatever they're doing obviously is not working. It's not working up to the point that people, I think, would say is good overall. So yeah. Sequel games, it has the problem that set 2 years after the events of the first game. Yeah, I mean, they can add it in as post-game content, or they can do some stuff like that. We'll have to wait and see, Josh. I'm not really sure that there's any normal answer for it. Let me guess. Fourth around the corner. What does that mean? My birthday was last Monday. I turned 45. Hey, shout outs to Jay Biggs. Happy 45th as well. Let's go. No, man, 40. Oh, okay, yeah. The 40's around. It's around the corner, but you still gotta five good years before you hit that number. But that's okay. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day. What other Nintendo IPs do you get in reinvention similar to what Bonanza did for DK? I'm not really sure. What other? I mean, like Star Fox could be pretty cool, but maybe they might be better to go traditional with Star Fox. I think F-Zero could have some type of reinvention when it comes to like a racing action hybrid, but once again, that'd probably be weird and hard to do. It probably wouldn't be a good idea. What else? Most of Nintendo's franchises play good just being the franchises that they are. They don't really need some type of, you know, crazy reinvention in some type of way. But what do you guys think? Any games that you guys can think of that you feel would need that? Ice Climbers, there we go. Ice Climbers. They can make a Ice Climbers game in the DK Bonanza engine, and like make it to where like you're just like breaking ice. You're just like breaking ice and hitting polar bears and, you know, platforming. So yeah, I could say Ice Climbers. There you go. Ice Climbers. Let's do it. Ice Climbers. Let's see. You might. They always need. Yeah, there you go. They need a reinvention right there, man. That'd be really good. Be really good. Simple Jab, love to see It Takes Two dev makes an Ice Climbers game. It Takes Two dev makes an Ice Climbers game. That would be, yeah, that's the same guy, Joseph Ferris, his team. Maybe. I don't know. I kind of would want Nintendo to make the Ice Climbers game. I don't know if I'd want somebody else to do it. But I mean, if they could do it, sure, absolutely. I mean, they made Split Fiction. You know, they've made, you know, a lot of good games. It Takes Two is great. Maybe something else, but I'd like a Rob game. You would not like a Rob game. Rob was just a stupid robot from the 80s that you probably didn't even use. Like, why would you want a Rob game? He's just a dumb robot that from the 80s that nobody cares about really like that anymore. That wasn't even that great to use. There is no reason for a Rob video game. He's a meme. Rob is a meme at this point. There's no reason to dedicate resources to a whole game for Rob. And that's somebody that grew up with a Rob. I had that stupid thing. But yeah, there's no need to waste resources on that. Rob's cool though. I think what would be kind of cool for Rob is like, yo, get like cameos. I think cameos would be good for Rob. Obviously Smash Brothers, other type of cameos, that's good. But a whole game? I don't know about a whole game. Cameos, like in like Mario Kart or something like that, or in other games. Balloon Fight 99. I'm telling you, Battle Royale, Fortnite like graphics, Battle from the Sky, dive all in. Oh man, that'd be crazy, man. That would be super crazy. That would be wild. Let's see here. Or remake DK Barrel Blast where you can use those crusty DK bongos. Yeah, that's also not a good idea. That is also not I think the Ice Climbers from the It Takes Two developers, that's probably the best one that I've seen so far. That's probably the best idea that I've seen so far. It would be, you know, would be that. So yeah. Donkey Konga, yeah, I don't know if there needs to be any more Donkey Konga. Not after Donkey Kong Bonanza just came out and it's just like crushing it overall. Not after that. So yeah. Because Donkey Kong Bonanza is so good. You know, it's such a great game. And people are enjoying it. So yeah, I don't see them going back to some type of weird gimmick with them in that type of way. But like I said, we'll see overall with it. Get some Earthbound 64 remade. Well, it was never made in the first place, so you can't remake something that was never made. So Earthbound 64 was never completed, so it just have to be a new 3D Earthbound game. They took whatever they had from that and they made it into Mother 3 on the GBA, but that game was never completed, so you can't remake that. So it'd have to just be like a new a 3D Earthbound game, like a new 3D RPG Earthbound game. Donkey Kong Bonanza rules, I underestimated it. Not sure why you'd underestimate the Mario Odyssey team making a Donkey Kong game. That's a match made in heaven. So good. Let's see here. I would like to see Nintendo do something with Mega Man, just like make a brand new game for Switch 2. Nintendo does not own Mega Man 91 Gamer Boy. Capcom owns Mega Man, so I don't know how that's gonna happen because Nintendo's not the developers of Mega Man, so Capcom is. Off topic, they ever made a Nintendo franchise Netflix series. Yeah, that'd be cool, but they haven't yet.
I saw Rob from Rule of 2 Reviews video looking at the comments about SW2.
Okay.
One comment says, all the good designers at Nintendo are long gone. It really seems like they've lost the plot and corporatizing and sanitizing everything. Lol, what is this?
Yeah, all the good designers at Nintendo are not long gone. The people that have made Legend of Zelda from the old days are still there. The people that have made Mario from the olden days are still there. So I don't know what this guy's talking about. I have no idea. But almost everybody that's influential in all of Nintendo's main core franchises are still at Nintendo making games. Now, Miyamoto doesn't have as much, you know, he's not the core driving force behind their games, but even when Miyamoto was making his games, like guys like Koizumi or, you know, guys like that, or Tetsuka, you know, they were all there and they all still make the games, you know. So I have no idea what that guy is talking about, but maybe somebody should tell him that, wait a minute, hold up. All of Nintendo's main people, their main designers that have made a lot of these games back in the day, they're actually still there. You know, that's the crazy thing about Nintendo. They are still there. The Tezuka, the guy, you know, that's Mario Maker and that's doing 2D Marios, dude, he was there with Mario Bros. Freaking 3, like Mario Bros. 2 and Mario Bros. 3. He's been there for a hot minute, man. He's been there for like 40 years. So, you know, Koizumi, he's been there for forever. He's been there. I think he did he was on Majora's Mask and he was on like games like that. Obviously, Aonuma, he's still there. He's been there for a long time. So yeah, I don't know what he's talking about, you know. I have no idea what he's talking about, or no idea what that guy's talking about. Let's see here. Yeah, Rob basically steamrolls over that comment in his video. LOL. Okay, yeah. Would you be interested in Kid Icarus 3D game or not on rails? I feel like it has the most potential. Well, Kid Icarus game isn't on. Kid Icarus Uprising isn't on rails. It has two sections. It has one that is, and then it has the land segments that are not. So if they did it that way, that'd be fine if they split it like that, because there's still 3D levels and there's also, you know, air segments, which get you that power of flight and, you know, like fighting, and but it's not like too, you know, resource heavy. Yeah, I'd be down for just like a Kid Icarus Uprising HD, or just like a new, like, you know, in that type of way. So I think that'd be cool. So yeah. Speaking of B-Days, me and Mario turn 40 this year, 8/2 next Saturday, by the way. But what do you think going to do for 40th anniversary? I'm not sure what they're going to do. They might not do anything. They might have, like, you can go download a Mario track, one Mario track on Nintendo Music, and one new Mario track. Or they might have it go to Dairy Queen or go to Cold Stone and get yourself some Mario ice cream. It might be something completely lame. So we'll see. We will see. Shout outs though, guys. Appreciate that. 81 on the combo board. Let's go. 19 combos away from that platinum. Let's go. Thank you guys so much for your support. I appreciate that. Monado Mario, thank you for the big $3, man. Appreciate that as well. Shout outs. I didn't give you a proper combo breaker, and going further than beyond when we start going towards that platinum combo. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Let's see here. Yeah, the designers are still there. Nintendo never lost anyone because no layoffs, even in America. Well, they've lost some people. Not everyone that has made every game is still there, but a lot of their main core team members and a lot of their core guys that made the games back, you know, that back then are still at Nintendo, you know. They're still there. Thank you, Chalice DJ, for the 44 months of membership. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Thank you. Star Fox 64 is one of my favorite games on the N64. Especially enjoyed it during the barrel roll. Do a barrel roll. Or Mario 40, just Mario 35, but with 5 new players. Yeah, I remember when they took that game away. People were like, "No!" I played that game quite a bit too. Not a lot, but I played it. They got Mario Ice Cream. Yeah, Mario Ice Cream, Mario this, Mario that. So I'm guessing I'm guessing that Nintendo can do something with that. But like I said, we'll see, man. We will see. You never know with Nintendo. They always have different stuff that they plan on doing for different things. So they could do something interesting, or they could not, you know? Please play Theme X next. Back to Xenoblade Chronicles Definitive Edition, but not to spoil anything, but some side quest decisions can affect NPC's fate. Yes, I know about that already. So yeah. All right, let's see here. Xenoblade X, Theme X. Shout outs to Monado. Thank you for the $3 dono earlier, bro. Appreciate that. Let's go. Give me Mario Movie 2 footage at least. Ooh, Mario Movie 2 footage. That'd be great. That'd be great, party man. Mario 40 with Mario Bros 3 would be tight. Mario 40 with 3 Mario Bros, or Mario Bros 3. That'd be cool. I wonder how the less character they make Smash 6 feel a bigger game. Ultimate. I don't know how they'll find a way. I mean, it's obvious what you do, House Gang. It's obvious what you do. You make new movesets. That's the easiest way to make something feel bigger and better, is that you make brand new movesets and you make more content. You make single player content. So if they do that, because nobody really played the single player in Smash Ultimate, but if they make a great single player content in the game, expanded online multiplayer, and they have a bunch of new movesets, that's one way they can make it feel bigger. It's not just about characters, it's about substance, you know. Don't get me wrong, characters are great and they add substance to the mix, but there's other ways to get it done. A new Mario, which I've said multiple times, you don't watch my videos. which I've also said what they can do in Smash Brothers multiple times. You ain't watching. Let's see here. New Mario game. Mario game and watch would be interesting if they if it was like Mario 2/3 Land and 2. Yeah, maybe. Straight up Wizard CJ. What up, man? Welcome to the stream. Shout outs. Big love though. I appreciate everybody that comes out. I know everybody doesn't have time to watch the vids. I know I'm just teasing House Gang a little bit. I know everybody doesn't have time. But yeah, watch my Smash Brothers vids. I got some Smash Brothers vids where I've talked about that quite a bit. But yeah, maybe I'll make a new vid now. Maybe I'll make a new vid talking about Smash and what they can do. Hyper realistic Game & Watch then? Hyper realistic Game & Watch? Yeah, I'm not sure if that's a good idea. I don't know about that one, Kevin. Yeah, I'm not so sure. I'm starting Nintendo. I made them money. Bada boom. There you go. Samus, do Samus, Captain Falcon, Star Fox share a universe? If so, what do you think of the game with all three of it? I think that'd be ridiculous and there'd be no need. I mean, like, that's just mashing people together for the sake of it. It'd feel like Project Cross Zone, which Project Cross Zone's okay. But I don't think we need Samus and Captain Falcon and Star Fox all mashed together in the same universe. It becomes messy. You'd have to start trying to implement mechanics from each of their games. Like, it just, usually that stuff doesn't work. Usually that stuff doesn't work. I mean, sometimes it can, but a lot of times it does not. So I think I'd rather just have them make a good Metroid game, make a good F-Zero game, and make a good Star Fox game, instead of worrying about trying to mash all these characters into one game. That's not like a fighting game, right? A fighting game, it works because you don't have to worry too much about the gameplay mechanics from each of those games. But if you start putting Captain Falcon and Samus and all these characters together, like, what mechanics are they going to use? Like, what's the gameplay going to be like, All right. Shout outs to Deported Sicilian with the $2 dono. And he says, watch every vid on the channel or get banned. Banned. Yeah, there you go. No, what I was thinking is ridiculous that the Captain Rainbow game, if Nintendo did a movie or something like that, Captain Rainbow, Nintendo will never, ever do a Captain Rainbow game. That would never happen. They didn't even want to localize Captain Rainbow in the West. Why would they? Yeah, that would never happen. That'd be crazy, but they'd never do anything like that. Never. So let's see here. Never! Let's see, wait, Mr. Game & Watch and a rubber hose art style and animation would be kind of cool. No, he's not a... Mr. Game & Watch isn't a rubber hose. He's not... He's not a rubber hose. Mr. Game & Watch is not a rubber hose. He's not made of rubber. He's not a rubber guy. He's not a rubber man. Oh my gosh. Alright. Anyway. Rip to Ozzy Osbourne. Seriously, rip to Ozzy Osbourne. Legendary rocker. Sounds interesting, but yeah, I don't want Nintendo to try to pull an MCU miniseries, try to do that and flopped hard, yeah. So yeah. Let's see here. I mean, Mario wasn't made of paper, and look what we got. So you want rubber Game & Watch? So you want them to make a game called Rubber Game & Watch, where he's just made of rubber? Is that what you want? Since you want to use that analogy or that example? Rubber Game & Watch. Okay, there you go. You heard it here first. I'm just saying he's not rubber. And by the way, Paper Mario's not in Smash Brothers, so it's not like Paper Mario's in Smash. He's not in Smash. So yeah. Rubber hose and old animation art style. Could it work? I'm not sure if it could work. I'm not sure if it could. Maybe it might work. It might not. Rubber hose is old Mickey. All right. There you go. Get it done. Rubber hose, old Mickey art style. So there you go. Paper Mario stage was in Smash Bros. Yeah, but not Paper Mario himself. That'd be difficult to put Paper Mario in Smash. I mean, they could do it. I mean, they got freaking Pac-Man and they got Minecraft Steve in there. But no, it's all good. I mean, we'll see if they do something like that, House Gang. We'll see. You never know, right? Maybe they do something like that. Maybe they have some type of rubber Game & Watch, you know, art style or something that suits what you're looking for. Could be, that could be it, man. That could be it. It could be. They can make silly shorts with Pikmin. They can do other series numbers behind Pikmin. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Rubber Mario while we're at it. Sheesh. Yeah, there you go. Add a rubber. Like I said, no, House Gang, he might be right, man. He might be right. He might be, they might do something like that. And then if they do, he'd be like, yo, look, I told you guys. I told you so. I told you so. So yeah. That could be a thing in the future. That could be a thing. Oh, man. Was praying for a black and white remake, not gonna lie. Yeah. It would have been nice, but I don't think they want anything to interfere with Pokemon Legends ZA at this point. They just want to get that game up and going, get that game launched, and maybe we'll see about other stuff, you know? Let's see here. OJ, who gets cut in the new... I mean, I don't know. It's way too early to tell. Dude, it's way too early to tell who gets cut or if anyone's cut, or... It's way too early. Let's at least wait for the announcement. So let's at least wait for the announcement, man. So yeah. Let's see here. Hopefully they make proper Princess Peach game for Switch 2. Wasn't exactly great when we got on Switch 1. Well, we'll see. I mean, maybe there isn't anything they can do for Princess Peach in terms of a game. So maybe they just keep on doing what they do before, where they just add her into like Super Mario 3D World and stuff like that. So we'll see. I hope I don't get cut. You're not in the game, Winning's my name. You're not in there. Also, typically how Pokemon remakes work, there's a system, and you get a new Pokemon gen. Yeah, we'll see. Once again, guys, we don't really know. We'll see about that. If the direct happens, when would it be announced? It'd be announced. There's 2 to 3 days that it'd be announced. It'd be announced on Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. It'll be announced one of those 3 days. If it's coming in July, it'll be announced either. There's only 3 days left that it can be announced. It can be announced either Monday, Tuesday, or Wednesday. Those are the 3 days that it can be announced. I'm guessing it'll be Tuesday the 29th. So I'm guessing they'll announce it on Monday. Or it could be Wednesday. Or it could be Thursday, but I'm guessing it's not. I'm guessing it's going to be announced on Monday, or it's going to be announced on Tuesday. So we'll see. I don't know why he deleted the messages there. That must have been an accident. Just give Princess Peach more of a budget, and Mario and DK. Yeah, I don't think that they're gonna do anything like that. I mean, Princess Peach Showtime was cool for what it was, but I think it's okay. But yeah, I think they're just gonna make it to where if they're gonna have Princess Peach playable in a game, it'll probably be like in a separate Mario game or something like that, or in something, you know, along the lines of that. I don't think they're gonna do like a whole nother thing, you know, like with just as Princess Peach herself again. I think it's gonna be a long time before we see anything like that. But we'll see. Once again, it could be. I don't think they're going to turn Princess Peach into like some type of multi, you know, every few years we get a new Princess Peach game. You know, I don't think that's going to happen. But we'll see. OJ, do you agree that with Arlo that Mario Odyssey is divisive? No, not really. But I mean, some people don't like it, some people like it. It's just as divisive or not as any other Mario game or any other game. Let's see here. Okay, I typed. No, you can't deport an elite ninja because he didn't watch the vids. No, you can't do that. You can't do that because he's an elite that's been here for a year, Monato. So, nah, you can't. Divisive, whatever. You can't time out people that are elites for that. Nah, that's not cool. You can't do that. He's an elite ninja, dude. They better, or they will feel my wrath. Yo, shoutouts. No, it doesn't matter if it's for 10 seconds or not. You can't. I'm telling you, you can't do that. I'm telling you, you cannot time out an elite ninja, even as a joke. I'm telling you, you can't. You can't do that, man. Please don't do that. Oh, he requested it. Oh, for some. Okay, if deported Sicilian requested it, then that's fine. Okay, I didn't know he requested it. Okay, so if he requested it, that's fine. Yeah, that's fine. But if deported requested to be timed out, then that's fine. I have no problem with that. Okay, he told you to. Okay, yeah, no problem then. Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. I didn't see that part. Do you think Switch 2 will get performance updates so that games can upscale better? P5 is really blurry on Switch 2 for me. Do you think Switch 2 will get a performance update? That's not on the Switch 2, Captain Kingston. That would be on the software, not the hardware. The hardware can already do the upscaling. It can already do all that. So that's not based off of the hardware itself. That's based off the software. So that would be Atlas would have to go in and do a patch for Persona for it to look or resolution bump or all that. That's not on the hardware. That's on the software. That's why Nintendo released updates for specific games that take advantage of their hardware. Not like, oh, here's an update for the hardware, and then, oh, okay, all the software now works well. It's from a game-by-game basis. Now, some games automatically run better or potentially even look better based on how they were coded in the first place with dynamic resolution or with the frame rate being unlocked or not. But if there was a hard lock on cap on the frame rate, and if the resolution, there wasn't any dynamic resolution or scaling, then it's going to just play at the top resolution, which would be sometimes low on Switch 1. So it's based off the software, not the hardware. Let's see here. Didn't they do an update for Mario 3D All-Stars? They did an update for it to actually compatibility update. So it wasn't for it to run a lot better or look a lot better. It wasn't a performance patch or anything. It was essentially because there was some issues because it's emulation. So since it's emulation, everything's not going to be 100% perfect with every single game. You might have to go in and fix a few things. So that's essentially what they did with that in like Xenoblade and some other games. But they weren't performance patches for them to run better. So yeah. Christian is testing. Shout out to Christian testing. Also, big love to Fried Potato. Thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Appreciate that, my boy. Thank you for the subscription. Fried Potato in the chat. No, you don't look timed out at this point. No. You do not look timed out. We unmod and ban Minato. What? No, we can't. No, you're not timed out. You're good. You're good. Alright, this music is... Oh, I should have just... Oh, man, I messed up. It's all good. No, you're good, Super Christian Me World Bonanza Legend ZA. Super Christian Me World Bonanza Legend ZA times 2. Alright, I'm not hung up on grammar, OJ. Sorry if it came out that way. Just saying divisive is every game in history. Okay, divisive, divisive, whatever. Yeah, my bad, guys. It's all good, Joey T. You're all good. They do Mario vs. Donkey Kong. They should do GBA style, not later enemies. GBA style. Okay. Add X Drive to your name. X Drive to whose name? Who adds that? Josh X Drive? Oh, Super Christian Legend ZA Bonanza X Drive. Let's go. Did you see DSP getting trolled in Mario Kart by detractors? Yes, I did. I didn't see the video deported, but I saw the like the thumbnail. Like it popped up on like Duty's video. I didn't watch it though. I don't really watch a lot of the videos. No, when it comes down to it. So yeah. Let's see here. But yeah, man. Needs one more word on my name. Super Christian Legend ZA Me World Bonanza Prime 4. Dude, that would be awesome. That would be great. That'd be so good. So good, so good, so good. Let's see here. Why did they ruin Dragonite? Well, you don't have to actually Mega Evolve Dragonite if you don't want to. So if you don't like the Mega Evolution of Dragonite, then don't Mega Evolve him. Don't forget, like Returns in the name as well. Returns, like Metroid Samus Returns. I saw one thumbnail that one said "Rip Linda, his mom." That's mad weird, making fun of that. Dweeb, that's foul. I don't even know if that's true, House Gang. So I don't want to spread rumors about DSP's family or his mom or anything like that. You know, so yeah, I don't want to spread rumors about stuff like that. I don't want to, but if that's the case, that's messed up. You know. Unless they're actually trying to be honest about it. I actually like the Mega Evolution of Dragonite, in my opinion. I think the design looks kind of cool. But that's just me. Says Mega Evolutions are stupid. That is an opinion that is not shared by a lot of core Pokemon fans. So that is not an opinion that's shared by many Pokemon fans out there. A lot of people really like Mega Evolutions. They actually see it as one of the best, if not the best gimmick that they've had out of all like the gimmicks that you can do, like getting really large and terrorizing or whatever, all that stuff. A lot of people feel that Mega Evolutions are the best one. So yeah. Jonathan B with the 70 months says, I'll start watching DSP. If I start watching DSP, will I end up like RGT quoting him to a confused word? Quoting him to a confused word. I don't even know what that means, but yeah, maybe, Jonathan B. Maybe. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for the 70 months. You know how Pokemon fans are with Pokemon. Nobody hates Pokemon more than Pokemon fans. You know that. Nobody hates and buys Pokemon more than Pokemon fans. Mega Evolution's why X and Y is such a popular gen for both the game and TV movie. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I didn't even know how much people liked Mega Evolutions until, like, recently. I didn't even know how much people liked them. Because when I played Pokemon X and Y, I thought they were cool, but I wasn't like, oh my god, this is the greatest thing ever. I just thought they were cool. I like Lucario's. I was like, okay, this is dope. It's fun. But I didn't know how many people online actually liked Mega Evolutions. So I meant to say world. Oh, okay. If I start watching DSP, will I end up like RGT quoting him to a confused world? Quoting him to a confused world. I still don't even kind of know what that means, but it's all good. I see some compare Mega Evolved Dragonite to Uni, since Mega Dragonite kind of looks like High Entia, just because of the wings on the head. Yeah, maybe. I think I saw that too. They should have kept it instead of Dynamax. They should have kept it instead of the Dynamax gimmick. Well, I mean, it's over with. Now they're bringing it back with ZA. So Megas could be better than Z moves. Doesn't make them great. To be honest, I don't even. The thing about it, I'm such an old school Pokemon fan. I don't even really care about like all of the the new gimmicks. I just like to play the normal game. But that's part of the reason why I don't play some of the newer ones, maybe because I don't get involved in the gimmicks as much. You know. I'm like a Gen 1er. So we didn't have all that. Back in my day, we just had breeding, evolving, EV training, Thunderstones or whatever, Leaf Stones. We had normal evolving. We didn't have all these gimmicks, you know, all these other gimmicks. So kind of feel like an old man at this point. So yeah. Megas are the best thing. Screw Z moves, Dynamaxing. Pokemon pictures with barely any animation back in our day. There you go. Well, no, there was animation. I mean, you have the Pokemon movies. What's up, Angel Page? Welcome to the stream. Do you think they should go back to sprites instead of 3D? No, they should not go back to sprites. That'd be a very, very, very bad idea for sales. At least if I was them, I wouldn't. And if you want to do like a side thing, sure, but going back to sprites would be a bad idea. It just wouldn't be a good idea, considering how newer gamers purchase things. So yeah. I did like the Paradox Pokemon. Several did include the Mega designs. Oh yeah, the Paradox stuff. Yeah, that stuff was cool. We had normal evolving and trading with link cables. Yeah, link cables are at least a little bit through the online overall. So yeah, a little bit with that. Link cables were Oh, they were a thing. They were a thing. So yeah. Unpopular opinion, I like my games in 3D, not just Pokemon. You can do more in gameplay wise and artistically. I don't know if that's an unpopular opinion. I think that's actually a very popular opinion. I think 3D games are what most people are going to want to buy and want to play. Games in 3D. I mean, you have the occasional 2D game that people do like. Obviously, you have stuff like Super Mario Bros. And things like that, right? But yeah, with only two planes, or like left, right, up, down, you can't like a game like Donkey Kong Bonanza, for example, isn't quite possible, right? I mean, you can make a version of it like just going side to side, like and it could be kind of cool, but it wouldn't be as dynamic as having the real depth and verticality and stuff of a 3D game. So I think that there's a place for 2D, but that doesn't mean like everything should go back to that. So yeah. So Power One's gonna win the lawsuit. Are they? I don't know. I haven't been keeping up, so we'll see what happens. I don't really care about the Power One lawsuit though. They've already been making a ton of changes to their game, so I mean, I don't know if that's a win or not. I'm not really sure, but apparently they've been. I haven't played it, so I've just been looking at what some people have said online. But apparently they've made a bunch of changes to get out of the copyright situation. So I don't know if that's a win or not. But yeah, Legends Arceus was such a breath of fresh air. Hopefully Zia doesn't mess things up. Yeah, I mean, I think that this is going to be another like breath of fresh air with the combat system because it's very different from ZA's combat system. So we'll see if it works out or not. So yeah, I feel like 2D. I feel like 2D if it's with 3D graphics, pixel art isn't that expressive. 2D isn't that expressive. I mean, it just depends on what your idea of expressive is. I think games like Octopath can be very expressive, but obviously not quite to the level of like a Donkey Kong Bonanza, right? So I don't know why people pay that much attention to Power World lawsuit, but hey, these grifters want Nintendo to take it L so bad it seems. I can understand why people pay attention to it. I mean, like Power World it is still a big game that people like, or some people like. So, but I mean, like I said, I don't really know. I don't know what's going on with it. All I know is that they've been making changes. Like they made changes, like instead of like the spears or like the balls, they have like a different way. Like I think they did different ways, like to catch the pals, and like they've made a number of changes, based on like patents and stuff. So like I said, I don't know how much of a win that is or not. But the lawsuit is in Japan. It's not here in the U.S. So I don't know Japanese copyright law compared to U.S. And I'm not gonna act like I do know it compared. So it's a very different thing, very different type of thing where people in Japan are like on Nintendo's side, whereas like people here in the U.S. are not. So let's let it play out, and whatever happens, happens. But once again, I don't really care. I felt Nintendo should have sued them in the first place, but it is what it is. Um, so yeah. Let's see. Nintendo changed their patent mid lawsuit. They made it more broad. They don't do that unless they're afraid of losing. Unless they're afraid of losing. Yeah, Keller. I don't think you know anything about copyright law and lawsuits and patents and things like that. I think you're just getting your information from a YouTuber. Let me guess. You watch somebody that made a YouTube video. Because like we don't know anything about Japanese copyright law, man. So the smart thing is just to wait to see how it plays out instead of trying to say it's gonna play out the way that you're saying it is, man. Like honestly, because Japanese copyright law is completely different. So if I were you, I would wait. I would wait and see. But I think you're watching YouTubers and they're telling you stuff. But yeah. Um, but it's all good, man. If that's what you want to believe, that's fine. But I'm not gonna touch it because it's Japanese copyright law, which is very different from here. And you have YouTubers probably telling you what you're saying right now. So and it's just random too. I mean, like we're not even talking about power. That's not even in the title. It's like I don't even know why you're telling me about it. Like I don't give a shit. Like I don't even know why you're talking to me about it, or like why you're bringing it up. You're like, who cares? I don't care. So yeah. Anyway. Let's see here. I'm gonna Link to the Past remake in 3D. All right, Link to the Past remake in 3D. All right, that'd be cool. Um, Aaron, they did that. It's called a sequel with the same world. A Link to the Past remake, but you mean like a Link Between Worlds, or what game are we talking about there? This is the problem with lawsuits is that all the hate is from Nintendo's people that are coming up with opinions rather than having all their facts before making assumptions. Yeah, and that's what I did, and I was ended up being wrong on a ton of different things. So it's better to just let things play out, and then once we know what happens, once the lawsuit actually plays out, then you can kind of see. Then you can go from there instead of trying to make estimations and try to say, oh, they're losing because of this or they're that. And it's like, dude, I don't know. Once again, the lawsuits in Japan, I don't know everything that's happening. I don't know what people do if somebody's losing. They're gonna do this or that. I have no idea. I think he just read. I think Windows Central made an article, so I think he just read what Windows Central said and what people made YouTube videos on it. That's what I'm guessing. But I don't know the IP copyright laws and all that in Japan. I don't know how it's gonna work out. So I'd rather just wait, you know. But hey, like I said, you guys are allowed to think whatever you want, you know. Think whatever you want. Let's see here. I still want Pokemon Company to release all the previous Pokemon games. Somehow Red and Blue all the way up to Sun and Moon, complete library. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen anytime soon. Especially the 3DS games. There's no 3DS emulator or anything right now, so that'd be interesting for sure. Link to the Past in 3D. It's called Ocarina of Time. Also Twilight Princess, no remake. Enjoy the classics as they are. And that's how some people like it. Some people just like that. I think I did play one of the games on the GameCube, Pokemon games. Let's see here. I've not been to Japan. No, I've not been to Japan. You think we should start killing games? Oh man, that controversy. That thing's nuts. Yo, Ronald Lucas with the $10
I would not mind a 2D HD version of a Pokemon remastered game, but I don't know if Game Freak or ILCA could pull it off though.
I mean, they could. It's just the 2D. It's just the 2D version of the same game that they already made, right? So I mean, Game Freak, they're the ones who did Pokemon Fire Red, Leaf Green. They're the ones who did that. They're the ones who did Pokemon Heart Gold, Soul Silver. It's still the same people working there. So all they'd have to do is make it in HD 2D. I mean, it'd be the same game, but just HD 2D, right? So I mean, yeah, they could probably do it if they wanted to, but I don't think they want to, because they already made remakes of their games, just not in HD. So all you'd have to do is just make the graphics in HD 2D, you know? So they could probably pull it off if they wanted to. If they wanted to. I don't know if they want to, though. Thank you so much, Ronald Lucas. Thank you for the $10 dono. I appreciate that. Let's go. Another JoJo. Actually, 2 JoJo's on the board. Actually, no. 4 JoJo's on the board now. I'm sorry, I can't count. Thank you so much, Ronald Lucas. Thank you for the $10 dono. We are 7 combos away. Hey, yo. 7 combos away from a platinum combo on the breaker. Let's go. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that. Let's go. I appreciate it. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if they do something like that. Maybe they'll do something like that eventually, one of these days. I thought HD 2D was supposed to be a bit challenging to make. It's easier than I was thinking. No, it's not that it's super easy to make, or it's not that it's super hard to make or super easy to make. I just think, once again, it's taking something and making the graphics better, like HD 2D, like making like a 2D, like Game Freak's really good at 2D art. 2D pixel art and all that, they're actually, I think they might be better at 2D art than they are at 3D, right? Because like people didn't complain like that with the DS games, like with the GB or whatever, when it comes down to it. So them taking that and making it in HD, like an HD 2D style, they can do that for sure. Absolutely, they can do that. Because once again, they were pretty good at pixel art. You know, they were pretty good at pixel art. They were pretty good at, you know, 2D. So I definitely think they can do something like that, you know? But no, it's not like it's not like it's, you know, super easy or anything. But I would say that probably making a pixel art 2D game is definitely easier and less time consuming than making a full-on 3D like open-ended game. Yeah, definitely. Because I mean, you see indie developers with small teams kind of make, you know, that type of art style, that type of game. So yeah, some of their best stuff is remakes. So I mean, if they took, you know, Fire Red or Leaf Green and then remade that in like HD 2D, I mean, they can definitely do that. They would just have to update the graphics. So yeah. You don't get let's see, you don't get complaints about pixel grass and trees. Nope, none. Anuma returned to the open world roots and gave us the jump button. Freedom tastes good. No returning to story, getting in the way of linearity creep. I think that there can be a blend. I don't think it has to be either be the game plays like Ocarina of Time or the game plays like Breath of the Wild. There can be fusions and hybrids, which I'm guessing that's what they're going to do for the next one. I don't think they're going to go back just to traditional same exact Zelda. I don't think they're going to do that. So yeah. Let's see. Is Link to the Past or Ocarina of Time ever getting a remake? One of these days. So yeah, we'll see. See, Fire Emblem, Path of Radiance, Radiant Dawn remakes, who knows? Oh, that'd be great, man. Oh my gosh, that'd be so good. Hey, no problem, Guardian Link says, thank you for being so positive and not spreading lies and misinformation. It's one of the reasons I subbed, and honestly, I was shocked by how many people were spreading outright lies. Yeah, I know, man. Does your son love the new DK? My son loves watching me play the new DK. He's not quite old enough yet to really process everything that's going on screen. So yeah. So yeah. See, or how revisiting GameCube Legend of Zelda Four Swords Adventure could be interesting. Sure, they kind of tried it with Triforce Heroes. Ooh, yeah. Oh, Four Swords, just bringing back Four Swords in a way. I think just basically making Four Swords playable on the Switch too. Do they already have that yet on NSO or anything? I don't know if they have to redo a whole new one or something like that, but yeah. So you think they're going to release Star Fox on Switch 2? I think at some point there'll be a Star Fox game released on Switch 2. Yeah, I think at some point. So yeah. At some point there should be. I wouldn't mind them going back to traditional Zelda. People can shut up about it. I know, seriously. If they can just, people can shut the heck up about it and then see it sell nowhere near as much because people don't like the fact that there's not as much freedom and you have to do things in order. And then those people will be like, well, why aren't you guys buying it more? Like Skyward Sword or something like that. So yeah. Let's see, Four Swords Adventure is a brand new complete game, not just the side mode. Yeah, we'll see. I don't know if they're gonna do anything for Four Swords, guys. I'm not sure. Then Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom fans would cry, yes, and we get the cycle of people complaining and complaining over and over and over again, you know? So that's what's gonna happen if that happens, if they just straight up do it like that, you know? It's impossible to make everyone happy. That's why they should just make the game that they want to make. They should make the game for the type of ideas and for the type of gameplay mechanics that they want to make, they can make a Zelda game based off of that, you know? They don't have to sit there and say, we're going to make it like this, or we're going to make it like this. Whatever they have for ideas, that'll make a great Zelda game in their opinion, or they'll make a great game, or what they want to do, they should just do that. And if it fits more of the old style or the new style, just do the game that way. And you can't make everybody happy, so do what you think is going to be the best bet for your ideas in the game at the end of the day, you know? So yeah. There's one thing I wish people could just shut up about, $80 game thing. That's not going to happen. There's a post on NS subreddit saying direct reveal tomorrow because Chinese food fortune cookie said a lingering question will be answered tomorrow. Yeah, that's the reason why I don't go on Reddit. That's exactly the reason why I don't go on Reddit, Rob. Because of stuff like that. Oh, man. For a series that's such good consistency, the fans themselves have piss babies. Listen, everyone's allowed to have their opinion on what they should feel the game should be like. I think that's fair. What do you mean weapon stays permanently in my inventory? What? Never. Four Swords Adventure have one problem. It was a game designed around players using the GBA link cable, so it might take a bit of work. Yeah, I know, seriously. Xbox walked back $80 games. Yeah, nobody was buying those games. Nobody was pre-ordering. That's why they walked it back. But I guess it was Nintendo's fault that they went to $80 games. So I guess it's Nintendo's fault that they rescinded it too, right? So there you go. They will shut up about $80 games when we get $90 games. Then they'll go to outright anarchy. Outright. There's gonna be rioting in the nerd streets out there. You know, when that happens. So yeah. This song is, I think it might be copyrighted, but I'm gonna play it anyway because it's good. I am gonna play it anyway. Let's see here. All roads lead back to Nintendo's fault. Yes. Honestly, every fan base is annoying. Dude, the only fan base... Is there any fan bases that... I would probably say the Yakuza Like a Dragon fan base. They're pretty cool and chill. The smaller fan bases are usually pretty cool. But sometimes they can get crazy too. But yeah, I would say the Yakuza Like a Dragon. They're a pretty cool fan base. You know? It was a 4D chess move by Microsoft to make Nintendo look bad. 4D chess. Oh man, I don't know. Was it after or before they replaced a lot of their employees with AI with the 4D chess move? Pikmin fans can be pretty cool. Yeah, Pikmin fans. Megaten is chill and it's not chill. I ran into a crazy lady that likes Megaten, but yeah, most people are pretty cool. But there was this crazy lady content creator that I ran into that was into Megaten. It was nuts, like me and her going back. Literally, like, the craziest lady that I've ever met for content creation. Most women, for the most part, when it comes to gaming, they're actually pretty chill and cool. Most chicks that create content, but man, this one was nuts. Um, but yeah, the fan base is pretty good with Megaten. Trails. Oh, Legend of Heroes is pretty good as well. Yeah, Legend of Heroes. Like, what game should I start with? They're like, "Halt, sit down, take some time. I'm gonna have to go. We're gonna go over everything." No, they just say start with obviously Trails of Sky, but yeah. Um, since Microsoft is bleeding cash, so they were probably thinking about $80 games before Mario Kart World Price ever came out. Not even probably, they were. It had nothing to do with Mario Kart. Let's see here. I honestly think they are levels to fan bases. They all are. That's true. That's true. There are levels to fan base. I remember I did that Yakuza fan base. I was one guy that I got into with, and I called him out, and he flipped out on me. I forgot what it was about, but it was about something with Game of the Year and something about how certain games aren't qualified for Game of the Year based off of something. And then I caught him like being completely hypocritical, saying that this should be Game of the Year and had the same issue that like Tears of the Kingdom had. So I think I quote tweeted him or I called him. All right, I just put it in the chat, and this dude flipped out, and he's like a hardcore Yakuza fan, dude. He like flipped out on me. He was so angry that I did that. Oh my god, he was so mad. And then he blocked me. That's the craziest Yakuza fan I've ever met, like, that I ever ran into. Outside of that, the fan base has been really good to me and to other people that I see. With that one guy, he was crazy. So let's see. So they were backtracking on Outer Worlds 80 price tag and then acted like heroes for a problem they made, which definitely makes me feel like it had nothing to do with Mario Kart. It had nothing to do, and yes, that is the case, Slayer. But it had nothing to do with Mario Kart even beforehand. I said this before that it had nothing to do with it. Microsoft is not banking on a goofy kart racer that sold 70 million copies on whether freaking Outer Worlds. Listen, I get Microsoft doesn't always make the best decisions. No company does. But Phil Spencer is nowhere near that stupid. People think that Phil Spencer is a moron. If you thought that Phil Spencer decided to jump the price of the games because Mario Kart was 80, you guys really think that Phil Spencer's a moron. These people think that Phil Spencer's a complete idiot. It had nothing to do with Mario Kart. And Phil Spencer knows that games like the Outer Worlds are not up to the level of Mario Kart to where they can command that much money for the game, you know? It had nothing to do with Mario Kart in the first place. People are just dumb as hell. It had nothing to do with it. They make their own decision based off of what they wanted to do. Nothing else. Nothing more, nothing less. They did not look at Mario Kart. And I think they announced the sales increase, like, what was it, like a day or so after Nintendo's announcement of Mario Kart? They didn't look at that, then all of a sudden upend the tea table. It's just ridiculousness from content creators that are looking to make a quick buck and people that don't know what they're talking about. You know, that have no idea what they're talking about. Microsoft is not making pricing moves based off of Mario Kart. That's insane. That is insane. There's no evidence that backs that up, and it's just people talking online because they want to. There's nothing there. Microsoft made their own decision, and once again, they made their own decision now, right? They rescinded it. Was it based off Donkey Kong Bonanza selling good? What was the reason why? Clearly, it was based their own decision. Nothing to do with Mario Kart. Insane. So let's see here. Oh, was that the guy who was telling you that you couldn't compare Final Fantasy 16 to Final Fantasy Rebirth? It's a guy that knows him. That's that Todoroki looking dude. No, it wasn't that guy. He did ratio me one time and was salty. I think he likes Yakuza Like a Dragon as well, but he's not a hardcore. He's not like, he wasn't like, this guy had like an avatar in him, but I think those two talk, yes. But which was crazy. I've seen him compare. But wait a minute, hold up. Unlocking a memory. It might have been something that I got into an argument with that guy on that thread of comparing things, and then he did something like comparing things, and then I called him out for the comparison. I'm like, oh, but you told me I can't compare this, but you doing the same thing right now, you know? And I think that's what made him flip out on me. Yes, it is related to that guy. Yes, it is related. Yes. Thank you for unlocking that memory. Just thank you, Mello. I appreciate that. Yes, it was based off of that thread. The first guy, and I think that guy might have even quote tweeted me himself. Yes, on the same thing when I compared FF7 Remake and FF7 Rebirth, or FF16, and I've compared FF16 and FF7 Rebirth. So yeah, that's what happened. Yeah, that's what happened. It was on that. I think that guy quote tweeted me, and then I saved his tweet and I saved what he said. So I was like, all right, I'm gonna catch this guy. So I just kept tabs on him because I knew he was a bum, you know. So I kept tabs on him. Then he finally slipped up and compared something. He finally slipped up. The mask fell off for a second and he compared something. So then I'm like, oh, you told me this? All right, hold up. Oh my gosh. So yeah, I think that's what happened. That's what happened there, man. That's what happened there. Yeah. So much crying about $80 games, only crying about $1,000 ROG Ally. But where's the crying about $1,000 ROG Ally? Because the people online think that $1,000 ROG Ally is a good deal. People online think that buying $3,000 graphics cards and $1,000 ROG Allies, they think people online think that those are good deals because it's online. Because Twitter will tell you that's great because of power, because of this. So they'll tell you that. Whereas most people in reality are like, no, I'm not doing that. You know, I'd rather do something else. You know, but people online will tell you, no, it's great. It's good. They'll tell you ROG Ally or Lenovo Legion goes for $700, $800 or whatever the case. They'll tell you good, when most people don't care, you know? So that's just the internet in a nutshell. OJ petty. Yeah, I was petty with that one. I'll keep it a buck. I was petty with that one. Yeah, I was a little petty with that one, but you know, those guys were having a good time trying to call me out and stuff like that. So I was like, all right, well, I can't keep track of all you guys, but I can keep track of some of y'all. I ain't gonna keep track of all you guys, but I'll keep track of some of you guys. And that's what I did. I picked one that I thought was the dumbest argument. And I'm like, I'll keep track of this guy. So yeah. Good stuff though, guys. Shout out to my man Ronald. Thank you for that $10 JoJo coming in. 7 more combos. We are at that platinum combo breaker, going even further than beyond, unlocking a bit more time on the stream. Actually, we've already been going for, oh my gosh, 2 hours flies by, so we got more time to go. Shout outs, guys, appreciate that. If you have questions, comments, all that good stuff, let me know in the chat. More than happy to answer questions and all that good stuff, guys. So let me know in the chat. Let me know. Appreciate it. Appreciate it. So hit that like button if you have not hit that like button. Let them know. Let them know that we out here streaming. Appreciate you guys. Like I said, if you have questions, just tag me at players. It's hashtag players by itself. More than happy to answer all of your questions. So yeah. You strike the nerve. Struck a little bit of a nerve. The most common argument to defend PC handheld high prices, you save the money by buy games again because you can just play your Steam games. That's not a good enough thing for me. That's not a good enough thing overall, bro. I'm okay. That's not good. But like I said, hey, for those who want it, for those who think it's great, have at it, have fun. I'm not here to dictate where you spend your money. Once again, I'm not like them. You know what I'm saying? They're not like us. You see what I'm saying? I'm not like them at all, man. If they want to spend their money on graphics cards and $1,000 ROG Allies, go ahead and be my guest. Ain't nobody stopping you, bro. Like, feel free. I'm not a moron. Like these people that like to sit there and dictate all this, they would never say this stuff to your face. They're just saying it online because it makes them feel good about themselves. So I'm not really too worried about what people got to say about where you spend. Spend wherever you want, you know? I don't really care at the end of the day. Buy whatever you want, do what you want. You work for your money. Do what you want to do with it, you know? It's not my business. Wish Path of Radiance was 80. That game is too expensive for me right now. You wish Path of Radiance was 80? Well, Path of Radiance is coming to NSO, so I mean, there's that. But I mean, maybe if you want a physical copy, right? Everyone just call me Petty LaBelle. Keep your receipts, yeah. Kept a few receipts here and there. I don't get it. FF fans are fans of what? An aesthetic. There's no gameplay type of FF follow. Sad. What does that mean? Yeah, there's a certain style to FF. What are you talking about? Like materia, you know, summons. There are definitely key aspects of Final Fantasy games that are like that go across different games. What do you mean? Let's see here. Dudes bragging about having 1,000 games in their Steam library, knowing good and well they never have the time to play all of them. And they're all on Steam sale too. They're all on Steam sale as well. I got 5,000 games for $3. I'm joking. Yeah, I used to be a Steam seller as well, but then I started realizing that I'm never playing any of these. I'm buying all these games and I'm never playing any of them. Like, so I gave up, man. I quit Steam. I quit Steam once and for all, man. I think for me, when I finally quit, I think Steam Deck was when I finally just quit Steam. Like, I just said I'm done. But I think when I got this PC in 2022, and then what did I play? I think I played Grand Blue Fantasy Relink in 2024 last year. I got that on PC, and I'm just like, I don't like PC. I tried it. I just don't like PC. I don't like it. So I gave it up. But for other people, no, it's great. I know PC Steam is great. It works well. There's a lot of options. There's customization. Steam is really, really, really good. It's just not for everyone. That's why there's consoles, you know. If Steam was for everyone, everyone would just buy Steam. Everyone would just get PC. But it's not for everyone. Some people like consoles. So I'm on the console boat. I'm on the hybrid boat. I'm not on the Steam boat. I'm not on a Steamboat. So yeah. It's like right here. This is what they do every time, man. They just be pushing deals in your face all the time. Yeah, I looked at my Steam library overall, and it's just like I said, just a bunch of games, man. I just got a million games that I don't play, that I haven't played. I did buy Black Myth Wukong on PC. Never mind. That's when I just said I think I was even more. I'm doing benchmarks and let me see if I can get it at 60. It's like it's just what am I doing, man? What am I doing? I did buy Daemon X Machina for like $5. I don't think I ever even played it. Yeah, I think I need to go through and play some more of that game before the next one comes out. So maybe I'll install that game and play it. But I played a lot of it on Switch 1, so I played it. What else? Oh man, I think I bought Darksiders 2. I didn't finish that game. I bought like so many of the day. They had like a Deus Ex sale. Deus Ex Game of the Year Edition, Invisible War, Human Revolution, The Missing Link, Mankind Divided. I don't think I put time into any. I put 25 minutes into it on PC. I put 0 time into the Missing Link DLC. I put 0 time into Deus Ex Human Revolution. I put it on the 360. I put 0 time into Invisible War. Didn't even install it. Put 0 time into Deus Ex Game of the Year Edition. Oh man, I did play Dishonored for about 8 hours, almost 9 hours. Last time I played it was December 28, 2012. So I did do that. I just said, man, this is lame. I just stopped playing. I did play DMC Devil May Cry. I think I beat it. I think I actually did. I beat it on PC? I remember beating it on PC, but it says I only played for 13 hours, but I'm almost positive I beat the game on PC. So I'm not sure what's going on there. Or did I finish it on PS4? I might have finished it on PS4. I have Dragon Ball FighterZ on here too. I have Dragon Ball FighterZ. I have Edge of Eternity. Didn't play. I have Eden Chronicle. Played it for 70 minutes. Let's go. I have Skyrim. Played it for 55 minutes on here. Skyrim Special. I have the Special Edition? I don't remember buying that. Okay. Exo Primal. Yeah, that game sucks. Fall Guys. I got Fall Guys. Put that 5 hours plus into Fall Guys. Let's go. I got Fallout, Fallout 2, Fallout 4. I put, 42 hours into Fallout 4. Oh, let's see. Black Myth Wukong plays best on PC, so you're good. Yeah, I played it for a bit on there. I said I'm good. So, Super Christian Legend ZA Bonanza with the 3.
That reminds me of a Reddit post I saw before the Switch 2 was officially announced. Somebody saying they had a vision that on that week, it wasn't that week, that Nintendo would reveal Switch 2 cold sweat smile. The people on there are wild. Lol.
Okay. Alright. Okay, no problem. Oh my gosh. Yeah, man. Pixel Remaster. No, I didn't get Pixel Remaster on Steam. No, I didn't. Hey, what's up, Juice Man Vaughn? I can't sit at a PC and game. I can't sit at a PC and game all day. I gotta, like, with my boy and everything, like, with how my wife's always, hey, hubby, babe, come here, I need you. I can't sit at a PC. I can't even sit at a TV and play all the time. A lot of time I need to take the Switch with me, go and play. I like to take it with me places. I travel, a lot. So I travel to different, like, for work, I travel, every now and then I'll be traveling places. So having the Switch for me is a better, or having some type of portable system. I'll go through more of my Steam library though for you guys. All right, so Fallout, I did pretty good with Fallout. 42 hours in Fallout. Fallout Tactics, have not played it. Final Fantasy VII on PC, the original game, have not installed it. Bought it, didn't install it. FF16 demo. It's on here for some reason, but I didn't install it. Or no, I did install it, but you know, I haven't played it on there, the demo. I played it on PS5. Glitch Space. I have no idea what Glitch Space is, but I played it for 2 minutes back in 2014. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. Played that for about a little bit over an hour and a half. Got some achievements that I don't like it on PC. Gunscape. Played for 15 minutes. Have no idea what that is. Haze 2. Played that for about a little bit under 4 hours for the early access. Helldivers 2. Played for about 5.4 hours. Homefront. I bought Homefront and never played it. Hotline Miami. Bought Hotline Miami, never played it. Hunter x Hunter Nen Impact demo. Have not played it. Downloaded it, have not played it. Icy. Downloaded, not played it. Kings and Heroes. I have no idea what that is, but I downloaded it, have not, or I need to install it. The Last Remnant. Bought it, have not played it on there. Left 4 Dead 2. Bought it, but did not play it. Lost Dimensions. I played a game called... Oh, that's from Atlas. Yeah, I played it for about 2 hours. It's a good game. I just didn't feel like playing it anymore. Mass Effect Andromeda Deluxe Edition. Trash. Mass Effect Legendary Edition. I bought Mass Effect... Didn't play because I already played on Xbox. Metaphor Refantazio Pro... Dude, I played the prologue demo for 3 hours for Metaphor Refantazio. That's more than some of the games that I played on here. Mobus Final Fantasy. Warrior of Despair. Okay. Monster Hunter Wilds Beta. I'm going to uninstall because there's no point. Multiverses. Let's go. 116 minutes. Naruto Shippuden Ultimate Ninja Storm 4. Bought it, but have not installed it on there. I have it on Xbox One. Power World. 36 hours in Power World. Hey, there you go. 36 hours in Power World. That's something, right? Shout out to Juice Man Bond. Let's go. Persona 3 Reload. Played that for quite a bit. 60 hours in Persona 3 Reload. 60 hours in Persona. So I did play that a lot. So yeah. So anyway, I played some games. I played a few different things. So yeah, man. All good. Multiverses, dead game. Steam support always way better than the consoles. Free refunds with the less than 2 hours, no questions asked. I think you can actually get that done on Microsoft and Sony too. I don't think it's too hard to get a refund in the first number of hours, depending on things. Nintendo, it's definitely more like pulling teeth. You gotta call them for that. But yeah, and that's like I said. There's a lot of good things about Steam, man. There's a lot of really good things about Steam. 100%. It's just not for me, and that's okay. Like I think a lot of fans, we need to realize that just because something is not for you doesn't mean it's trash. Doesn't mean it's not good. Doesn't mean that there isn't an audience. Doesn't mean it's everything's anti-consumer because you don't like something or because they do something or this. Like, so for me, like Steam's great for people that want to play it, but I gave it a good shot, man. Y'all seen how far back I go. I go all the way back to 2012. The Darkness. Charlie Murphy. I was playing Charlie Murphy on there. Charlie Murphy Simulator. What is it? Steam. What was it? Darkness. Darkness 2. I put back in 2012, man. I was playing the Darkness. August 5th, 2012. My life was in shambles. That's why I was playing the Darkness. My life was in darkness. My life was in darkness in 2012. Holy smokes. Don't take me back to that time. That's how you're going to get depression. Freaking playing PC and playing games. The Darkness is a good game. Let me just make sure I get that. It's not a bad game. You play as like emo Keanu Reeves. It's not a bad game. It's like John Wick before John Wick. You know what I'm saying? First person shooter. Craziness. But you're not shooting humans. You're shooting like demons and stuff. But yeah, that's what will get you into a depression. Playing The Darkness 2 on I had a pretty somewhat crappy laptop. Not a terrible laptop, but not the best laptop. But yeah, that will get you into depression. That was my problem. So my problem was that I kept on trying to try different things, and it just led me to depression. That's what it did. It led me to depression. I didn't have as much money, and I spent I think like 700 or 800. I forgot how much I spent on that laptop, bro. That was a bad idea. That was a bad idea. That's what put me in a depression, man, when I was trying to do my own business and I bought that laptop, and that laptop was not up to snuff, bro. It was not it. And I think I got depressed. That was part one of the depression, was buying that laptop and it not being it when it comes to games and all that, bro. Damn. Akami, thank you for the subscription. I appreciate that. Yo, let's go. Yeah, it was definitely a game for its time. I actually might install that and play it and see what you guys think about it. Maybe there might be something that I can play. But yeah, like I said, I gave it a good shot, man. I tried. You know, I tried to get it. I bought games over the course of a 13-year period. I've bought Steam games. Like up until this year, I've bought, and I've tried every now and then. It's just not for me, you know? PC caused your depression. I'm joking. It wasn't necessarily PC. It was just because that was the year. That was 2012. That August, May, June, July. Yeah, that was about 3 to 4 months after my daughter was born, and it was a very, 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 very difficult time period in my life. Very, 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 very difficult time period in my life. So yeah.
How many times did you talk about that Hunter x Hunter game on this channel but you never played IT? Bruh, the gaming gods are judging you right now. Lol.
I can explain. One, we're at 99 on the combo board, so we're one combo away from going and that platinum. So thank you so much, Super Christian B World. But yeah, I can explain. Hunter x Hunter is not very good, and it's got broken stuff in the game. So I'm waiting for some patches for right now. I'm waiting for some patches. Okay? So that's what's happening with that right there, okay, Christian? All right, that's what's happening. That's what's happening there, okay? Because net impact is trash. But yeah, man, I was definitely not feeling it back in 2012, man. It was terrible. I was trying to figure out how to do content creation right as well, too, man. Like, it was just, I wasn't doing anything right, man. I was just failing. I just was not doing enough right, man. I didn't have enough support. It's my fault. I'm not blaming other people. I'm not blaming. I take responsibility, but you know, I feel like sometimes my family wasn't all, you know, in support of what I was doing 100%. You know, my mom was, but I feel sometimes like my family wasn't really, which is okay. It's not, like I said, not a big deal. That's not the reason why I messed up. But yeah, it's my fault. I'm not blaming anybody else. I was not doing the right thing as a content creator at that time, so it led to bad stuff. But things recovered. I got better. The more years that I stacked on, I got better and better at content creation. So yeah, those patches ain't coming. I think that they're gonna patch Hunter x Hunter. They're gonna patch it. It's, you know, although, you know, actually they might not patch it. You know, so yeah. Um. You're the first YouTube videos were wild compared to now. I know, seriously, it's crazy. So yeah. Nah, I get it. Been here since the Furious Francis days and P had a website. Yeah, a long time, man. Currently looking at something saucy on Switch 2. May have overlooked it on Switch 1 library. Something to bounce out 20 hours deep into Cyberpunk I'm in. What are you getting? What are you talking about, Rosen? What are you talking about? So yeah. I think I spent too much time on games during the around the 2012, 2014 Minecraft Black Ops multiplayer online. When I first saw Minecraft, yeah, it's crazy. Super Christian Miro, shout outs though, man. I want the old Harry Potter games, 1 through 3, as those were good games. The old Harry Potter games. So yeah. Something like Refantasio, hopefully. Something like Refantasio. Yeah, Refantasio would be good. That'd be super saucy. So yeah. Super saucy. You know? Super sauce. What was your first channel, or did you try other channels before? My first channel was not this channel. It was Player Since Gaming channel. That was my first channel. And then this is my second channel. So yeah. So yeah. Do you feel like Kirby Air Riders will get delayed to early next year? I don't think so. I think it's probably gonna be ready at some point. But I mean, it could, depending on maybe some other games that are coming out or what they want to do. But I think it's gonna be fine. You know, I think it'll come out this year. I don't think they would have delayed it. I mean, it's a Kirby racing game. You know, so yeah. So, but yeah, I think Metaphor Refantasio, that's gonna come to Switch 2 at some point, man. It really is. I think it will. So, so yeah. Do you think Atlas will use game key cards for their major titles? They can. I mean, it's always a possibility with any developer, so they could. It depends on like the file size, right? If they can fit it in the within the file size, then maybe they won't. But if they can't, then they will. All right, take it easy, Super Christian Mule. Thanks for coming out to the stream and thank you for the support tonight, man. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. So, let's see. Do you feel like Metroid Prime 4 will get delayed to early next year? No. Why would it get delayed to early next year? The game's pretty much done. Now there's a rumor with Kirby Air Riders. I don't know if it was true. It was like payment for the next Smash Bros. Game. It wasn't payment. There was somebody that made a rumor saying that Sakurai basically was a bargaining chip or something like that. They let him, hey, I'll do Smash Bros. But you'll have to let me do this game first or something like that. But who knows how realistic that was or what happened or anything like that. But there was a rumor, but I don't put too much stock into that rumor at this point. Um, good questions though. But no, Metroid Prime 4, it's pretty much done. They're gonna date it probably at the next Nintendo Direct. So they had a billboard saying 2025, so they know the game's coming out in 2025. I mean, it looks polished, it looks good. There's no point in delaying it till next year. I mean, once again, they don't have enough games to delay till next year, and we're only in July. I mean, the year is moving, but we still have to fill in those are the games for this year. You know what I'm saying? Like Metroid Prime 4, Kirby Air Riders, Hyrule. These are the games that they have slated for this year. So there's no need to delay it. It's not like they have like an abundance of games and like, oh man, we got to delay some stuff to next year because we're not gonna have space for this time. It's like these are the games that are coming out this year. Is the July Direct happening? Yes, it's probably happening. Um, so speaking of laptop, I eventually need a new laptop. I've been using this laptop for a decade now. Swapped the HUD and SSD. Usable for normal use, but gaming is just bad. Yeah, you need a new laptop, Minato. A decade? Gosh, that's called using it till the wheels fall off almost, man. Uh, so, so yeah, that's crazy. Lenovo is probably go back to my pick. It's simple design and don't like gaming laptops. Just scream gaming with RGBs. Yeah. Battery life is probably non-existent. Yeah. So yeah. Tomodachi Life Rhythm Heavy games are 2026 Dust Bloods too. Yeah. Yep. Let's see here. Metroid Prime, the Duke Nukem Forever of today, for an example of development hell. It actually was never really. It was only in development hell one time, and after that, it just restarted development. So it didn't really have development hell after the initial. It was scrapped. Duke Nukem Forever was real, true development hell throughout the whole thing. Once Nintendo scrapped that and restarted it, there was no development hell with Metroid Prime 4. So yeah. Am I gonna make a prediction video? I'll make a prediction video when we actually get confirmation of it, you know? Um, so so yeah. Duke Nukem has been in development for 15 years. Yeah, Metroid Prime 4 was nothing like that at all. That's exaggeration. So yeah, definitely an exaggeration. So we'll see. Metroid Prime 4 was announced in 2017. It kept getting delayed. It randomly changed the team. That's no, that is not true. It didn't keep on getting randomly delayed. They never had a release date for the game. So let's not rewrite history. So there was never actually any delay for the game. The game was announced in 2017. Then I think in by 2019 or something along the lines of that. I think 2019 they said, "Hey, look, we're restarting development." That was it. They never gave a release date and kept on getting delayed, and that never happened. They announced they said, "Hey, look, it's in development." They never gave us a release date, and then later, I think like 2 years later, they said, "Oh well, we're restarting development with Retro Studios," and that was it. And then they never delayed it. After there was no release date ever after they restarted with Retro Studios. They never gave a release date up until recently, where they said it's coming in 2025. So there wasn't. It kept on getting delayed. It kept on getting delayed. That's not true. That never happened. So yeah. And no, it wasn't even randomly changed. Once again, the game was not working. The game was not up to the quality standards. They made a video saying, "Hey, here's the reason why it's not up to what we want." They made a video literally explaining it, saying, "Hey, this is not what we want. We're taking it back to Retro Studios because we want to have a high quality game." And then the game went dark for a long time. They said, we'll update you when we update you, but they never talked about it up until recently. I think it was last year. I think last year they finally showed the game off and said, "Hey, it's coming in 2025." But there was not. It kept on getting delayed. Development hell. There's not no that wasn't what it was. In terms of it, they had one thing where it went bad. They canceled the game and said it wasn't good enough after they announced it in 2017. And then from there, we didn't know what was going on, and then we saw it for the first time last year, and then said, "Hey, it's coming next year." That was it. So yeah. See, Duke Nukem, Beyond Good and Evil 2, these are actual development hell. Yeah, Duke Nukem, Final Fantasy 15. Final Fantasy 15, that's more like it, you know? Like Final Fantasy 15, stuff like that. That's like real development hell. See, which do you wonder what Retro Studios had to drop? Been working on some games before they moved. They showed off what happened, Josh. They were working on some music game, like music like adventure game or something. I forgot what the name was, but they were working on that, and there might have been some other things, but I know about that game. So I think that game got canceled though. That music platformer game that they were working on, but it's on YouTube. Just look up Retro Studios canceled games or Retro Studios newest canceled game, and you'll see it. We wouldn't have gotten the same. We would have gotten the same other type of M-ish if they didn't go with retro. Yeah, it would have been like that again, man. It would have been, you know, like that all over again. Remember, FF15 was called FF versus 13, and it was going to be a super dark FF game. Yeah, like it was somewhat like the game that we ended up getting, but not really, you know. And that game was, I think, announced in 2005, if I'm not correct. 2000, I think it was mid 2000s that game was announced, and then it split off. There was Final Fantasy 13, then Versus 13, then two separate ones, and then Final Fantasy. Then it ended up being Final Fantasy 15. Versus ended up being 15. So it was crazy. That was really crazy development hell. And the funny thing is that even after they had the development hell with the game, they announced the release date for the game. They had like a big presentation where they had like Greg Miller, and then they even still delayed it from that. So that was the funniest thing about that game, man. That was like the most hilarious thing about that game. So yeah. Yo, shout outs to Vatset. Thank you for the $1 dono, getting us to the platinum combo. Hey yo. Shout outs, man. I appreciate that. Let's go. Appreciate it. Let's go. Thank you so much for the support, man. Tokyo Mirage Session Sharp FE was another odd one. I don't know if that was development hell outside of more than just changing what they wanted to do. I mean, the development for that game seemed to be 2012 to 2016, so 4 or 5 years. I mean, yeah, they definitely changed a lot of things on there, but I think once they actually had the focus for the game, I think it was fine. I heard they had to cancel Raven Blade again. They tried to revive it, but it had to be sacrificed for Metroid again. I'm not so sure about that, House Gang. At one point, Nomura was in charge of Versus 13. He was making it a musical, which is wild, but it could have been cool. No, that was probably not a good idea. That's I can almost guarantee you that's not a good idea to do something like that, you know? So yeah. Almost guarantee you. So yeah. First limit break, yes sir. Let's play that limit break for you. Ayo, thank you, man. I appreciate that. Limit break in the house. Let's go. Shout outs, guys. Limit break. Ayo. Hit that limit break, baby. Yeah. Thank you so much, Vadset, man. I appreciate that, getting us to that platinum combo for tonight. Before we hit the 3-hour mark, remember, guys, hit that like button. If you have not hit that like button, what are you waiting for? Hit that like button. Also, get questions, man. If you have questions, and also, I guess last call, if you're dropping a dono, make sure you put your music request in there. I'll play a music track for you as well. But thank you so much. My man Vadset hitting us on that combo breaker. Let's go. Next Nintendo Direct, probably announced next week, but we'll see. Because it was SMT Cross Fire Emblem, just vanished until it showed up as a current product. It did. But once again, we don't know how far or along where it is. Like, we don't know if there was a bunch of things that messed up before they said, hey, we're just going to change it to this, you know? I don't know if it was development hell because of the timeline. Once again, they announced it in, I don't think they really had anything done. They announced it in 2013. They probably didn't have much of the game because all they did was show JPEGs of, like, SMT4 artwork and stuff like that, and like Fire Emblem Awakening artwork. So I doubt they really had anything. There was no real gameplay trailer for that game. I don't think there was much for that game, and that was in 2013. So 2012 at the earliest. The game launched in 2016. So is that development? Is 4 years development hell? I don't think 4 years is development hell. You know what I'm saying? Like, so that's the reason why I'm saying it's not development hell. When you have a game, it was announced in 2013 and it launched in 2016. And like, they didn't tell us that this game was in development for years and years and years and years and years in the past. They didn't say that. So it's hard for me to say, oh yeah, that's like development hell. Not really. 2013 announcement, 2016 release. That's not development hell. So yeah. I'm playing through 3 games right now. Bonanza, Cyberpunk, and Skyward Sword. Maybe you should focus on one. If you focus on one, you can finish one quicker to get to the other ones, you know? Do you think Pokemon is the big holiday release? It could be. Because it's going to be a big holiday release. People are going to buy it during the holiday. I'm thinking Metroid Prime 4 will be a November release. Holiday release would be perfect for that game. I can give it those who play Switch 2 first time in mouse mode for the game. Yeah, I'm not sure if mouse mode will be super popular in the game. I mean, it might be, but you know, most people play. If you're playing a console game, you're not going to have a desk in front of you to play. You know, or like, I mean, you can use your leg or something like that, but I don't think that's going to be like a super big thing for most people. But I still feel that it's going to be a big game and do well. So yeah. But it's a nice mode to have, for sure. I think when I'm streaming, I think I might try it out when I'm streaming, you know? I do wonder what Bandai Namco's take on Metroid Prime was, says Josh. Yeah, I wonder what it was. Maybe one of these days we'll actually get a leak. I think we might actually one of these days get a leak, just like we saw. I think Did You Know Gaming will get something from that game. So yeah, I think that's what's gonna happen overall. So yeah. It's all good though. Hit that like button though, guys. If you have not hit that like button, hit that like button. Let them know that we are streaming out here. Let's go. Still got a bit more before we're done with tonight's stream. They used the FF15. The engine that they used for FF15 was bad. It was. That was the that was their own in-house engine that they used. I don't think that was the same engine, Nick93, for FF16. I think FF16 used Unreal Engine, right? That's just an Unreal Engine game, if I'm not correct. Or maybe I'm wrong. Is FF16... What engine is that for? Or is it a custom engine? Final Fantasy... Is it Luminous Engine as well? Final Fantasy 16 engine. Crystal Tools. Crystal Tools engine? It's using an early version of the it's also using the Luminous engine. Wait, hold up, no. Final Fantasy 16 uses the Creative Business Unit 3's developed engine. Luminous engine was ruled out early. While Final Fantasy 16 development spoke at length about the game's features, they haven't been exactly forthcoming about the engine that powers the next entry in the series. Now that we are less than a month away from release, director Naoki Yoshida finally opened up on the matter. Speaking with the Spanish publication Vandal during the recent hands-on event held in several different countries all over the world, Yoshi P confirmed that the game is using a game engine developed by Creative Business Unit 3, the studio responsible for the development of Final Fantasy 15 as well. This engine apparently doesn't have a name yet. As for why the team went with the new engine built from scratch, Naoki Yoshida confirmed it was kind of necessary. It was kind of a necessity, despite the challenges as the other engines developed by Square Enix. The Luminous engine, which powered Final Fantasy 15 and Forspoken, was ruled out early on. Okay, so it's a custom new engine that they built specifically for the game. So there you go. That's the engine that built Final Fantasy 16. It was not Luminous. It was not Unreal. It was a Creative Business Unit 3 engine. That's the game. So, no, that's the engine. Never said the name. Never said the name of the engine. So, I don't know. It's Luminous engine. Like, they just turned it upside down and wrote 16 on it. They just turned it upside down, wrote 16 on it, and said, and like changed a couple of the different names for different options. Dude, this is a brand new engine. What are you talking about? Take it easy, Rob. Thanks for coming out to tonight's stream, man. I appreciate you. Thank you for that big combo breaker, helping us get to the 100 combo breaker on stream. Let's go. Also, 3 Elite Ninja away from the 500 back to 500. Let's go. Shout outs, guys. I appreciate the support. Real Pokepark says no. Mid-engine 3. No, I think the engine's good. I think it's a solid engine, you know. I think you could actually create some pretty cool games with that engine if you decide not to max out the graphics that they're going for. Like if you kind of tone it down just a little bit, I think that engine could be pretty good, you know. I think it could actually be pretty good. But once again, what do I know? I don't know anything about, I don't know enough about game engines really to go off of that. So yeah. Yeah, it's good, just maybe a little bit too much. But I don't even think, I think the engine's not too much. I think the engine's fine. I think it's more what they were trying to do with the game in the game. Well, I think it was more the game, not the engine. I think the engine was fine. The engine's obviously good. It's not a bad engine. I think they were just kind of they're trying to do a little bit too much with the game. If they kind of tone things down a little bit, right? Like make it look like a really nice and shiny PS4 game, like a really, really optimized, nice PS4 game, I think that it would have been, people would have thought really, really differently about it. I think Final Fantasy 16 did not need the graphics to be as good as they were. I mean, I know the resolution was low when it comes to like the performance mode and all that, but some of the graphics and some of the scale of the game is insane. Like, I don't think it needed to be all that. I think they bit off, I wouldn't say they bit off more than they can chew because it's Square Enix. I mean, they chew and bite a lot. But I think that if they maybe toned some of those things down, the game could have, people might have been a little bit more like, oh, okay, this is pretty good. This is much better than than maybe I thought. So PS5 is ancient already? Nah, PS5 is still good hardware, man. PS5 is still good hardware. Base PS5 is still great hardware. A lot of you guys get wrapped up in this, in this, oh, it's PC where you're getting these crazy like, I'm telling you, man. Listen, guys. There's PS5 is good. Base PS5 is good hardware. It's not weak. It's not trash. Developers don't need to leave it behind. It's not. It's just not. 5 years is not that old, and that doesn't mean the tech is bad. That doesn't mean, just because it's 5 years old doesn't mean it's bad. That does not mean it's bad. My TV is 5 years old. That doesn't mean my TV. I have an LG CX. There's other TVs that have more features and more stuff. That doesn't mean my TV's bad. My TV's 5 years old, and there's been a bunch of new, TVs with new tech, and that doesn't mean it's bad just because it's 5 years old. In some sense, sometimes, yeah, it could be bad based on it, but the games that we're getting on PS5, like for example, Death Stranding running on PS5, that looks pretty good. Yes, it's kind of empty at times and whatever, but it runs fine on base PS5. How about Horizon Forbidden West? That runs pretty freaking good on base PS5. Oh, how about God of War Ragnarok? That runs pretty good on base PS5 as well. So you're not going to convince me that PS5 is bad because it's not the most cutting edge. Oh, there's 50-something series graphics cards. It's like, nah, PS5 is still good base tech, man. It's still not bad at all. It can get the job done for many games. For many, many, many games, it can get the job done, So yeah, man. Watch how long they're going to support PS5 after the 6 comes out and the system is still solid. Exactly. They're going to support PS5 and PS5 Pro. Dude, this system's going to be around for like the next 8 years. Probably longer than that. Like, probably longer. Because there's no guarantee that everyone's going to rush out and buy PS6, depending on the price, right? We got to see the price. We got to see Sony's plan for manufacturing. If it's in China and they're going to go for something that's significantly stronger than the PS6, that thing's going to be minimum of a $700 system. Minimum of $700. So, like, if that's the case, like, the PS5 still needs to... The PS5 is still going to be around because people are still going to play it. Look, Nintendo wasn't even sure that people would buy the Switch 2 like that. So that's why they were like, hey, look, we're still going to support Switch 1. And that's at $450. That's at $450. So, yeah, there's no guarantee. Yeah, 700 is pretty much the best case scenario at this point, It also helps that most of those listed games are PS4 games. But here's the thing about that, Josh. You're right about it. But let me ask you guys a question. How many games look better than Horizon Forbidden West on PS5 that are PS5 only? That's a PS4 game. But how many games actually look better than Horizon Forbidden West on the PS5? There's not many. There's not a lot of games that look better than Horizon Forbidden West on the PS4. So what does that tell you? Well, it tells you that the technology is good. It's more about the game developer themselves and what they do in their game and what they're trying to pull off. You know what I'm saying? But there's not a lot of games that look better than Horizon Forbidden West that are even exclusive to PS5. There's not a lot of games. People took Doug Bowser saying Switch 1 was still being supported as a negative thing, calling people poor, twisted his words. They did kind of twist what he was trying to say. If you watch the full interview, it's completely fine. So. Like the RTX 3050, kind of an old graphics card, but still enough to play 99% of the games. Yeah, I have a 3080 or a 30 something, and I can play everything, no problem, in 60 FPS most games, pretty much all the new games and stuff. Like I gotta tweak with the settings, but that's why I'm lazy. I don't feel like tweaking with the settings and all that, you know. So yeah. But it's one of those things for me, man. I'm just like, I'm just more worried about if the game is fun at this point. Give me enough performance to get what you want to get done in your game. If it's not enough for like a system like Switch 2, I can get it on something else. But I really don't need everything to be the most cutting edge and run at 10,000 frames per second and run at 8K and all that. Like I really don't need that. You know, games are gonna balloon in development cost if developers start doing that. So yeah. A little bit of law of diminishing returns, yeah, definitely a little bit of law of diminishing returns when it comes down to it. Is the top fan system even working? Okay, Dane's at the top in Shaw X. Oh, I got it because they did drop the donos for that. The system's super weird. Awada called it years ago about complications in high resolution development. Well, that was decade plus ago. But yeah, there's definitely some complications. I mean, you want to see technology progressing. You want to see better frames. You want to see better graphics, and that's definitely something that's important, you know. But at the same time, you're looking at it now at this point, like how many truly revolutionary games are you playing, you know, because of the technology, because of the graphics, and not many. You know, it helps out. Don't get me wrong. It helps out. Like, you need the power to do stuff. But a lot of times you can play a game that's incredible and maybe your favorite game of all time, and it's not even utilizing all the power that the system has. Like, for example, Clair Obscur Expedition 33. You know, that game does not need the highest power graphics card and all that to play, but it's absolutely incredible, right? Or Donkey Kong Bonanza. That's obviously, I mean, it would be great, obviously, if they can get it, you know, the frame rate, stuff like that, VRR, or whatever the case is, but that game is still insanely fun regardless, right? So it's one of those things to where, you know, it's about how you develop your game at this point now, man. We've been seeing a lot of indie developers have all sorts of records and break all sorts of those. So yeah, it's one of those things to where I just see it as like the game's actually coming out. How good are those games, you know? So yeah. So I'm looking at side by side. I can't tell the difference between 30 and 60. So when you play a game, you can't tell when you play a game, you can't tell the difference between 30 and 60. Man, I envy you, because then you can have a lot more fun with stuff. Hey, what's up, Dank Beam? Welcome. Yeah, if your favorite game is on the N64, like 20 FPS. Oh man, the frame rate difference between PC and consoles is jarring. No, it depends on how. Wait, no, time out. It depends on your rig. It might not be jarring depending on what PC you have. If you have a PS5 Pro, it could actually be somewhat close depending on what rig you have. So it's if you're running the best, highest quality equipment and stuff, yeah, then you'll get all the best frames and it'll be jarring, maybe. But if you're not, then no, it won't be. Most people aren't running the highest and best equipment on PC. Most people are not running that. Most people are not playing everything at the highest frame rates and the highest everything on PC. So, says, dude, it's not ignorance. I played plenty of games at 30, plenty at 60. All I'm saying is I just don't notice it unless it's side by side. Oh no, I didn't say it was ignorant. I just said, yo, that's awesome. If you can do that, that's pretty cool. You know, like if you can do it and not notice it to where it's not a problem, that's great, man. I mean, for me, once again, I'll notice it, but it's really going to be based off the input delay. Like sometimes games at 30, the input delay is not good. You know, so I can't play it at 30. But if they do a good job with the input delay and all that, then I'm fine. You know. So yeah. Oh, okay, cool. Horizon Forbidden West runs good on PS4 Pro. Does it run at 60 on PS4 Pro? Yo, what's up, Zoo, with the $5? Shoutouts.
Just finished some Fear and Hunger. So hard. Gonna play Mass Effect again soon. Game is god tier.
Mass Effect Legends Edition. That game is a 360 game. Upscaled to run on this Xbox Series X and the PS4 and the PS5 and PC. And that game is better than like every other Western game I've played ever. Like the only Western game that I would even put for me. Now I know you guys put Baldur's Gate and all that, but the only game for me is Clair Obscur Expedition 33. That's the only Western game that I would even put in the same sentence as Mass Effect. The Mass Effect Legendary Edition, like that trilogy. Only game that I would. So yeah. But I mean, it is what it is, right? Yeah, Mass Effect Legendary Edition. It's so good. It's such a great game. What games are you looking forward to the most in 2025, 2026? I'll answer that right after this. Opening thread. Yo, Kevin with the big 25.
What's up, OJ? Sorry I was late to the stream. Can I get any music from Astral Chain?
No, you're good, man. You're good. Any music from Astral Chain. Astral Chain music. Let's go. Shout outs, man. Thank you so much. Legion Assault coming up. Big love, Dane. What games am I looking forward to? Metroid Prime, Pokemon Legends, ZA. You know, just all the games. Hyrule Warriors, Age of Imprisonment, the Kirby Starcross World. Give me some good PS5 games that I have a brain fart, but there might be some PS5 stuff that I'm looking forward to. So shout outs to Dane, appreciate you. I'm probably gonna do a top. Once we have the Nintendo Direct, I'm gonna do a top 25 upcoming games. I'll probably do a top 10 Switch 2 games or best Switch 2 games list as of right now. I'll probably get that video started next week or this week. We'll see. Thank you so much, Mr. Kevin, with the $25. That actually shoots you up to the Hokage and the Stream Ninja. Let's go, man. Thank you so much, Kevin. Thank you for the big 25, man. Appreciate that. Big love. Thank you so much, Kevin. Shout outs. Got us to 130. That can almost get to the platinum and a half tonight. I didn't think we could even get close to that. The platinum and a half tonight. I didn't know if that's possible. But we got my man Kevin both at the top of the board as Stream Ninja and Stream Hokage. Thank you so much, man. Appreciate you, Kevin. Let's go. 6 on the Elite Ninja board. Keep using that word. I don't think it means what you think. Okay, he's talking to somebody else. I don't think somebody's ignorant because they can't notice 30 versus 60 or don't care about that. That's not ignorance. That's just difference of opinion and difference. Everybody's body, everybody's eyes are different. You know what I'm saying? Like, some people have eyes to where they can track stuff. Like, some people can see 120 frames. Some people can't. Some people can see further down the road. Others can't. Some people can see closer. Others can't see good, near side, you know, or far side, you know. So everybody's eyes are different when it comes down to it. So just because somebody doesn't have the same opinion as you, doesn't mean that they are ignorant on a topic, you know, because it's everybody's eyes are different, you know. So it could be his what he perceives could be his reality in terms of what he sees, you know. I'm just saying perception. His perception sell out. His perception on what he sees. His perception on how he sees it. On how he sees it. that can be different from how you see it. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's very different. So that's all I'm saying. It's not ignorant because he feels that way. That's just how he's seeing it. That's it. Let's see. Once something is 60 FPS, anything greater than that, I don't care or notice. Yeah, for me, I can't really, like, I've played games at like 120 FPS, and I don't see anything majorly different from the 60. You know, so it might be there, but I don't see it. And I got perfect 20/20 eyes. You know, so yeah. Lost Soul Side, Metal Gear Solid 3 Remake, Ghost of Yotei, a couple more. Did you put more than that, Nick? Sorry if I missed it. Ghost of Yotei. That one's interesting. That one's like, I want to kind of go into it blind, so I'm not watching or looking at it too much. You know, I want to play Ghost of Tsushima again, like on PS5 in the 60 FPS, and I want to kind of go through that game, just go through it, play it. And then I think Ghost of Yotei, I think that's a game that I might check out. Yeah, that's a game that I might be looking forward to. Metal Gear Solid 3 is another game that I might also pick up as well. Yeah. Lost Soul aside, I'm wondering about that game. I'm not so sure about that game, but we'll see. We'll see about Lost. I mean, I might. I think it's a $60 game. I might just pick that one up for the culture, you know? So yeah. I used to not care about 30 to 60, but going from 30 to 60 is always big. Yeah, it's big. It's a big jump for sure. So yeah, some people are saying Mario Party Jamboree Switch 2 editions are a good tech demo for the system. I haven't really looked at any reviews or anything like that, but from what I see, yeah, there's a lot of people that are saying it's pretty cool with the mouse controls. Ruperto P with the $10 says, brother, I like you. Keep up the great work. Hey, thank you so much, man. Yo, you guys are coming on strong late. I appreciate that. Should I extend it? Should I do a little bit of an extension tonight? If we get to platinum and a half, maybe I will. And if we get to 2 times platinum, maybe I'll do a big extension. We'll see. I'll go. We'll go
Even further beyond.
even further than beyond. Maybe. Thank you for the $10. 140 on the board. Almost at platinum and a half. Let's go. Also, super chat. JoJo boys in the house. Thank you so much, Mr. Ruperto P. Thank you, man. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. I like you too. Appreciate y'all. You guys give me some more questions so I can fill out this rest of this block that we've got. And like I said, then we can go from there. So shout outs, guys. I appreciate y'all. Actually, we're already past the 3 hours. That's okay. We'll break through. Kevin did that big 25, so we'll break through a little. We'll break through some more. Now imagine going from 30 to 240. That's how I got 30 being unplayable. Yeah, it's unplayable for you, and that's fine. You know, everybody's different. You know, everybody's different. Like, for example, for me, I think PC for me is kind of unplayable. I don't want to be sitting at a desk. I don't want to be doing all this stuff. That for me, the driver stuff and all that. For me, it's kind of I just like more simple. So for me, it's kind of unplayable. And for you, PC is great, right? So everybody's different, man. You know. So like, I don't want to play at my PC. I don't want to play at a desk all day. I don't want to have to set up a PC at my TV. I don't want to have to deal with the mouse and turning it on and powering it on like a computer. I don't want to deal with that. That might be unplayable for me. You know. Everybody's got their preferences and opinions, man. That's all it kind of comes down to. So yeah, I rather give me a PS5 Pro, give me a PS6 over a PC any day, you know? And once again, that might be blasphemy for people that love PC. That's just my own opinion. So everybody has their opinion on what's playable, what they like, what's comfortable, what's not, you know? So yeah. So yeah, please no spoilers, please no spoilers. Please no spoilers, because yeah, the game is not. It just came out. So yeah. Ruperto with another $10 dono. Yo, what's good? Hey, shout outs. Combo breaks. This is dang with that badass reaction. It makes me want to super chat again. By the way, I highly dislike Nintendo haters. Why do you create something that you can and then you can complain, right? I mean, I don't know, man. Listen, let me tell you something right now, Ruperto. Like, It is what it is on that, bro. Like, I don't mind people. Like, people are not gonna like stuff. You can not like whatever you want to not like. You can have legit criticism on stuff that you don't like, you know, whatever. But the only thing that I would say is, like, don't lie. Like, don't lie and manipulate information. Don't lie about it. Like, that's all you gotta do is don't lie. If you don't like something and that's your opinion, I'm okay with that. There's things that I don't like, right? There's stuff that I don't like PC gaming as much, right? That's okay. But I'm not gonna sit here and make up lies about it, you know? I'm not gonna make up lies about, you know, why PC's bad or why I don't like it. Like, these people do Nintendo sometimes, you know? So that's the only thing that I ask is don't lie. Like, don't make up stuff that's not true. Don't manipulate data and information. Don't manipulate things. Don't leave out information because you want to make a point or you want to clickbait on something because you're leaving out the information on something like this. Like, and you're trying to use information that's like making it seem as if you're researching and you're not, you know? So that's the only thing that I ask when it comes down to it. Don't lie. Don't lie about what other people have said. Don't lie about what I said. Don't lie about what's happening. And I'm cool with everything else, you know? People are allowed to have whatever opinions, like and dislike, whatever, you know? So that's all I ask is to be truthful. That's all I ask. Now, once again, opinions, everybody can have their opinions. Everybody can say, oh, I think this or I think that based off of it. But you can't say, oh, well, this is underperforming. Question mark. Leaving out that there's no My Nintendo. Leaving out that Nintendo never made an official statement on they never made an official statement on that. If anything, they lowballed their estimates for the Switch 2. They lowballed it. You can't make up stuff like that. Like, you just make up that Nintendo made their own estimates. They never made an estimate. They never made an official estimate. Nintendo never stated stuff like, oh, we're gonna have the best-selling system in the US by 700,000 units. That was never official. That was never put out there to investors. That was never anything. They were testing in terms of different datas or different values for whatever, and they removed it. That was it. It's not any type of, it was a test, which they said that they updated that. It was a test. You can't take that, then all of a sudden spin that into underperforming or spin that. That is a lie. That is a bold-faced lie when it comes down to it. You're manipulating data. That is a pure manipulation of data overall, man, in my opinion. And then on top of that, if you're going to do that, okay, but then also give proper context. Intentionally leaving out the fact that not all the sales are counted with My Nintendo and going off of the NPD, which, by the way, also not stating, that's the fastest selling system of all time. It's the fastest selling system in the US. It's the fastest selling system in Japan of all time. Leaving out the My Nintendo point, it's like to make it seem worse. Like, that's insane, bro. That's insane. That's just flat out lying and misleading people. Dr. Smooth with the $5.
Shout out the one and only OJ. Bleed purple.
Yo, I appreciate that. Yo, Dr. Smooth, thank you for the Ninja Peach. Appreciate that, man. Also, Zoo with the $5 dono as well.
Even if true, not getting a projection is not underperforming. Launch has been a huge success by in standards. Come on, dudes.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it's the best-selling system of all time. Listen, and I hear people give these excuses. Oh, well, if PS4 and if other things had stock, they would have done as good. Well, they didn't. Whose fault is that? Different sizes. You can have the Discord emotes. I'll try to see if I can find that dank meme. Whose fault that they didn't have enough stock? Whose fault is that? That's not anybody's fault but their own. The funny thing is that the narrative beforehand was, oh, Nintendo creates artificial. With the Wii, the narrative was they created artificial demand. They created artificial. They didn't supply enough systems. They're doing it on purpose. Okay. So then now they say, okay, we don't want a repeat of that. We don't want a repeat of the Switch. People, by the way, people said that with the Switch as well. There were videos and people saying that about the Switch 1, that they did that on purpose. Okay, we don't want a repeat of the Switch 1. We don't want a repeat of the Wii. Let's manufacture a lot of systems so we can meet the demand. They meet the demand, and now it's, oh, well, that doesn't mean anything. So what? So you stockpiled systems. Who can, like, that is insane. Once again, that's just opinions, but that is insane logic. That is insane. Yeah, they met demand. They met a lot of people that want the system. That means the system is popular. This many people to where they can blow past other systems. That is a good thing. That is a good thing that they can meet demand. Because if they didn't meet demand, what would be the narrative? The narrative would be they're intentionally not making enough systems. They want to have artificial scarcity to drive up demand of the system. That's what everyone has said with the Wii, and that's what everyone said with the Switch 1. So like I said, there's a lot of intentional lying and misleading people overall. So that to me is what I just think is like ridiculous, you know? And once again, leaving out key information. You can't go off of a projected, not even a projected estimate, you know? A thing that came out and Nintendo said, that is not what we are projecting. Like, that's insane. And then put a question mark and say, oh, now it's, oh, now it's true. It's like, that's not how you report. That's not how things are done. There is no projection for that. And on top of that, in just the US, what about Japan? What about Europe? What about other places? Like, this is insane. This is insane logic. And this would never happen with any other system ever in the history of systems. If the PS5 comes out or the PS6 comes out and Sony estimates 2 million systems sold in the first month and they sell 1.8 million and become the best-selling system ever in the US in the first month, no one's going to say, oh my God, look at these trash sales. Look at these, they didn't hit their like, nobody's going to say that. Nobody in their right mind would say anything like that. So I wouldn't say anything like that. Of course I wouldn't. So yeah. So just lie to manipulate the data. I guess I either intentionally left out my Nintendo sales because, you know, it's Nintendo Store and I bet Nintendo can easily manipulate the sales numbers. Yeah, I think maybe some might think that, but I don't think you can easily manipulate the sales numbers of your system. I mean, you can, but it's definitely not a good idea because if you say, oh, we sold this, like it's easy to catch, especially early on. We sold this many systems. We made this much revenue. You got to show where that revenue is coming from. So you're fudging your numbers. If one person even cracks, squeals, or tells on you, you're in really, really big trouble. That is against the law pretty much in every region to lie to investors about how much X, Y, and Z is sold. Like that is, you can't do that. And at launch, there's a hyper focus on the books, how much revenue you're making, how much money's coming in. Okay, you said you had this much revenue. That means you sold this many systems, right? And you've got to be able to provide receipts for that. Investors are not as stupid as some people think. A lot of them, if they sniff something's up, they'll go to the board and say, we want an investigation. And they will find it. Nintendo's not a private company. They are a publicly traded company. So you really don't want to do stuff like that. Especially if it's going to be to the degree of manipulating my Nintendo Store numbers to like hundreds of thousands of units, which is millions in revenue. Yeah, that sounds like a terrible idea and one way to get yourself fired as a CEO or get yourself in deep trouble when it comes to the laws. So yeah. Yeah, it's kind of sold out. It's artificial scarcity. Only scalpers bought it. The stock would meet demand. Not doing well. I did see some people say, oh, well, you got to remember, I saw one comment was like, somebody's like, you got to remember that, that people that got their systems bricked, they just bought another system. That's the reason why it sold well. There's a lot of insane cope going on right now. There's a lot of insane cope going on, and they're definitely getting a little bit desperate overall, when it comes down to it. They're getting a little bit desperate when it comes to the numbers and stuff like that, man. So yeah. Having stock is part of the company's job. Also, that's what I'm saying. Like, having stock is part of doing a good job. Yeah, coulda, woulda, shoulda. It's like having stock is part of doing a good job. You want to sell the most, and you have to have the demand though. If the Wii U had as much stock as the Nintendo Switch 2 did, you would see stacks of them sitting on store shelves. The Wii U or the 3DS, both of those systems, they had stock. Both of those systems had stock. It's not like they sold out and they were selling through like what Switch 2 is selling through right now. If the Wii U had 3.5 million units out there in 3 days, you would have just seen a bunch of Wii U's sitting on store shelves because there wouldn't have been 3.5 million people in 3 days to buy the system. The Wii U sold 3.5 million in about a month and a half or two. It took them that long to sell it. And it wasn't like they were sold out the whole time and constantly restocking. There was an initial wave of people that bought it, and then it was just sitting on store shelves throughout throughout November and December. It was just sitting on there, and then they were just available. They were just available all throughout the following year. They were just available. If Nintendo somehow was able to supply 3.5 million Wii U systems at the launch in 2012, they would have just been sitting on the store shelves. That's what would have happened. So the supply would have far outstripped the demand, you know, far outstripped it. Same thing goes for the 3DS, you know. Zoo with the $5 dono.
So tedious. Anti-Switch 2 peeps starting to annoy me as much as fanboys. Stop lying. You don't like it. We get it. Doesn't mean you get to deny reality. Laup was good. They were prepared. Is it so hard to say wait for spring? They are so bad at this.
Yeah, once again, and I don't mind legitimate criticism. Like, Zoo, you've had your legitimate criticism that you don't like. The game keycard stuff, right? The prices of things, right? Some of what they're doing with the, what else? You had some other things that you didn't like. But the stuff that you said was not crazy, wild type of things, you know, for the most part. That stuff was legitimate to at least be concerned or to bring something up. But seeing something that's actually happened, right? And we've gotten the numbers and we've gotten the facts in, and still trying to spin that into something else is insane. Based off of something that's not even official, that's insane, you know? But I think, once again, it's the ego. It's they were wrong and they don't want to admit that they were wrong, you know? That's really what it comes down to. By that logic, then 360 sold a lot because the Red Ring of Death. Yeah. By that logic, 360 sold what it sold. And the funny thing is that the 360 selling what it sold because the Red Ring of Death is probably way more accurate than the bricking of the systems, because most people that have a Switch 2 don't have a MIG switch. So they're not going to get their systems banned from online or whatever. Like, the large majority of people aren't going to use a MIG switch on the Switch, or have not. From what we understand, from what is out there, from the facts that are out there, it's not like, you know, we have numbers on the failure rate of the Xbox 360. The failure rate of the Xbox 360 was up to, what, 50% or higher, around that? Correct me if I'm wrong in the chat. So we know that the failure rate was insane. We don't know what the MIG switch rate is. And we do know that people, yes, people did buy the 360 after their 360 Red Ring. They buy another one. Like, sure, maybe some people did that with Switch 2. But with the 360, we know how bad the failure rate was. Now, if everyone that was buying a Switch 2 was buying a MIG switch, and you can clearly see that, and that was out there, then okay. Then it's easier to say, okay, well, yeah, a significant number of people maybe bought another one. But once again, the system isn't in supply everywhere. You can't just walk in and buy it everywhere. If there was so many people just buying it because they were getting banned from MIG switches, we'd have there'd be way more supply in the stores. You know what I'm saying? Like, the restocks aren't going to a bunch of people that are just being banned over and over because of the MIG switch. Like, there's no evidence to support that. It's just random nonsense that people use to justify them saying that Switch 2 sold well, you know? So it's just weird. Just really weird stuff going on right now, man. Really, really, really weird stuff. So the general populace okay with waiting a while after a new game launches digital to get a physical variant? So is the general pop to get a physical variant? No, people hate that. If you look at, like, you know, limited run games and all that, people hate that stuff. Imagine if there wasn't a chip shortage in 2020. If there wasn't a chip shortage in 2020, then yeah, the PS5 would have done significantly better, and the Xbox would have done significantly better. I mean, you can tack on maybe another 100,000, maybe another million units onto what they did, because I think the PS4 was the last record holder at 1.1 million. So the PS5, you know, obviously, it probably would have done significantly better. But there was a chip shortage. They decided to launch in that year, and that's what happened, you know? It is what it is. So yeah. All right, take it easy, Sell. Thanks for coming out to the stream, man. I appreciate it. The other example is the conflation between bricked and banned. Yeah, people keep on saying bricked, but it's really more like banned from online. You can still, from what I understand, you can still use the system offline. Bricked gives the connotation, or gives the impression, that you can't play it at all. So there's still definitely some people that are conflating those two. You know what else I don't like? This game is worth 70. Hell yes. That is expensive to develop, test, market, buy or don't buy. It's worth it for people to play. Yeah, once again, you know, Raputo, I say the same thing. For everyone, it's subjective. What a game is worth is always going to be subjective. For some people, a game can be worth a $100 something collector's edition, or it can be worth nothing, or it can be worth $50, it can be worth $60, it can be worth $70, it can be worth whatever. You know, it depends on the person, each person. The thing that gets kind of weird is when people try to sit there and dictate what you feel is worth this or that. You know, I saw somebody on Twitter say, yeah, no Nintendo games are even worth more than like $50, you know, and that's insane. While that same person likes Sonic Frontiers. Like, how much is that? Same person thinks Sonic Frontiers is great, and nothing's worth good on Nintendo games. But oh, Sonic Frontiers, that's worth full price. That's worth 60, or that's worth whatever. Yeah, right. You know, so a capping for that game. Don't get me wrong, it's an okay game, but I mean, like, this is what we're looking at. We're looking at people who are just so hell bent on trying to think that they have some type of boss key for what you should feel or think or what's worth this or that. Now, they're entitled to their opinion and all of that, but when people disagree or say, well, no, I think it's worth this because I'm getting X, Y, and Z, they call you names. They say they're calling you out and saying, well, that shouldn't be worth that, you know? So, I mean, I guess, you know, we could just do something right now. We should just say, for the consumer, everything should just be worth, like, what, $5? That'd be great for everybody, right? That'd be great. If everything should just be worth $5, and, you know, let's see how that works out for everything. So, what I'm trying to say is that, listen, everybody has different opinions on what's worth what. And sometimes it gets a little bit annoying when some people try to sit there and say, it's not worth this or it's not worth that when you buy something and you feel that it is. Hey, look, everybody has their opinion. If you buy it that, you feel it's worth that. If it's not worth that, then you can say, I don't think it's worth that after I've played it. You know, but a lot of these people don't even play this stuff that they're talking about. It's not worth X, Y, or Z, you know? But they're talking, you know? Let's see here. Brick literally means the device is unable to boot up. Some YouTubers are misusing the term a lot when it comes to Switch 2. They really are. They really are. Because even in the terminology of the EULA, in all of these systems, by the way, which, once again, for some reason, people don't want to bring up that Microsoft and Sony also have the same ability and have actually enacted the same ability on many other people's systems. It's become a non-topic for other systems. But regardless, it's just a ban from services. Unless you do something maybe insane, you know, but for the most part, anybody that's gotten their system banned from online play or whatever, or bricked, or however you want to say it, bricked, which really means banned from online services and stuff like that. You can, from what I understand, correct me if I'm wrong, you can still use the system in terms of the games that you got, play the games that you already have. It's like what Nintendo Prime said about the Switch 2 haters. Stop targeting at other YouTubers and just focus on the company. Report facts too. Yeah, that's definitely a good idea. Definitely a good idea. Well, at least the price argument is more complex if you adjust for inflation, because the more factors today, wages are not adjusted for inflation. Games make more money now than ever. It's like, yes and no. Wages aren't, like, I obviously make, most of us make more money now than we made back then. I know the wages haven't gone up in comparison, but most of us, if you were working 20 years ago, you make more money now at this point than you make back then. At least most people do. Now, I know not everybody, and I know it's not, the wages haven't went up, but most people do. Now, has it caught up completely to that? Maybe not. I still think games, out of all the mediums, games have been more affordable in terms of how much they went up in price compared to other sectors. Housing has exploded. You want to know how much a house cost 20 years ago compared to how much a nice house costs now? That's way different in the comparison to, like, the games and how much games have went up, right? You know, 20 years ago, games were $60. In 2005, PS3 and 360 games debuted at $60. It's went up to $10, right? $10 in 20 years. You want to know how much house prices went up in 20 years? You know, so we want to know how much food prices have went up in 20 years. So relative to our industry, what we're in, gaming, it's not as bad. It's not as bad. But it's still, obviously, you never like to see stuff go up in price, you know? So, yeah. I have made 0 videos on other YouTubers. Great minds discuss events. Solid minds discuss events. Weak minds discuss people. There you go. Are you sure about that? Them saying record profitability is such a bad demographic to use for shareholders. We don't know the splits of actual development marketing. That's what I'm saying. Like, sure, are there some things where, once again, that they could have it to where it's not going up. I mean, it's been 20 years. They've raised the price to $10, right? So all things considered, it's just not as bad as other industries. Now, still, do I like to see the price go up? No. I don't want to see the price go up to $10 down, $80 for some games, right? Mario Kart World, $80 for that. So do I like to see the price go up for games? Absolutely not. Do I think it should go up? No, absolutely not. But like I said, relative to other industries, what is that? $10 to 70? You're looking at what, a 7% increase compared to housing prices. Like even like the house that I bought, you know, a bit ago, went way up. Not at this point, you know. Just lots of stuff has went up, man. So I'm thankful that gaming prices have not scaled to other industries, you know. But I think gamers obviously would not like that. So yeah. People also don't understand that these publishers have to give their employees raises to afford their country. Yeah, the one thing that also doesn't get talked about a lot is also the wages for the gaming companies have went up. Well, maybe everybody's wages haven't went up, but how much you make as a game developer now is definitely better than how much you made 20 years ago or 30 years ago. So there's also that factor too, like the cost of making the games. Yes, profitability definitely up. The cost of making games are up. Everything's up, you know. But no, there's discussions to be had on both sides, and I see both sides for sure, like 100%. You know, I see both sides. Gaming is cheap. Go to the concerts, regular movies, stages, try to world travel, bro. Traveling is expensive. Like flights, crazy. So it's just crazy. It's just crazy how it is. Let me give you guys an example of what I'm talking about. With, oh god, what was I gonna use? Yeah, like a movie ticket, right? So like even like movie ticket prices. Like movie ticket prices are crazy. You know? Depending on what you like when you go and all that. It can definitely be pricey. You know? Like especially if you get like IMAX and all that, considering like like how many hours of entertainment you get, right? The price of the ticket, $20. The movie is like an hour something. You know, you can get a game that's $60 or $70 and you can spend 100 hours in that game. So even like the value per the game, gaming has way more value than movies and stuff like that, you know? So yeah, way more value than movies, which is why I don't really go to movies a ton. I'll be honest, I don't really go out and see movies a lot. A lot of percent of the solution to all this: more expensive development, longer cycles, hardware at a loss, etc. Now has been directed by the entire industry, Nintendo included. Sad to see. I think out of all of the people that are doing it at this point, you know, Iwata's vision was the Switch. This Switch 2, it'd probably be, I mean, I can't speak for Mr. Iwata, but it'd probably be what he would do. He probably would have made something like he probably would have made a better Switch. He probably would have been like, yo, let's make this, but let's make it better. I mean, it's taking what he made and he's making it better. So that's continuing what he wanted. In my opinion, at least. I think he would have wanted it to be, hey, this is a great idea. Man, this is so successful. Let's follow it up with something even better. So that's what I personally think. But, you know, you never know. He could have maybe done something different. But I think at the end of the day, I think they're trying to keep costs down just as much as everybody else. I think Nintendo's trying to keep costs down. You know? Like, if they're trying, I think this is the best that they're doing. It's not like they went with a ROG Ally. Look at the ROG Ally, $1,000. You know? It's not like they went with ROG Ally. It's not like they went with the craziest specs in the world. They went with the pretty modest in today's, somewhat modest in today's standard. So there's more powerful handheld hybrid gaming PC thingies that are way more expensive, you know? So So I don't really think that they tried to blow things out. I think they just tried to do the best that they could so they can actually get a lot of their games running good. And what some third-party games running good, like good enough. I think that's what they tried, but there's other big systems that are coming out that are, you know, that are $1,000 or that are $700, $800. So I think they tried their best to keep the prices down, and they didn't develop any expensive new gimmicks. You know, that adds cost to the development. R&D, making crazy gimmicks like a Wii U gamepad or making weird gimmicks, that costs a lot of money. So they also tried to keep costs down by not making crazy gimmicks and not doing something that's, hey, that's going to add to the cost of development, because now we got to add this extra thing in and think of technology for that. They said, hey, look, we got some good technology, we can reuse some of it. So, you know, I think a lot of these companies actually try to keep costs down. Nobody wants to pay more, but sometimes it's hard if you're looking at, you know, what type of games you're trying to create. So yeah. Call a spade a spade. If Iwata and Reggie were still in charge, both will get way more criticism than Bowser and Furukawa. It's hard to say what would happen, to be honest, because you never know what factors, what they would have thought of in the first place. So it's hard to say, you know. I think the Switch 2 is worth it. You're getting really big third-party games, Madden, 2K, WWE, Call of Duty, Cyberpunk, like the Xbox and PlayStation, and include Nintendo having the best exclusives. Yeah, I think that it's just good enough. I mean, I'm going to make a video on this. I think the Switch 2, it's not some super type of, once again, ROG Ally powerhouse system. You know, Lenovo $800. It's not that. It has a right balance of power, performance, and affordability. Like I said, $450 to $500 if you want a game with it. To me, that is, in today's day at least, compared to what we're like, you know, compared to the other systems, that's more affordable compared to other like devices, right? Steam Deck is $400. You get no dock. You know, you get no two controllers. Steam Deck OLED is $550. You get a better screen for sure. You get more hard drive space, but it doesn't play physical games. Obviously, it can do a lot more like PC emulation stuff, but that's $550. Portable PCs are even getting higher. You know, so I'm looking at it and I'm saying, hey, look, I think they did the best that they could, all things considered. Trying to make these games. You know. So we'll see. Just right video, exactly. Interesting argument. Compared to what? Just compared to what you need to do to make your games. Like, to me, it's not the most power. It's clearly, the Switch 2 is clearly not the most powerful hybrid out there, the most powerful handheld system. There's more powerful ones, like the ROG Ally X, right? Or like the I think one of the Lenovo Legion Go's, right? Those are more powerful. Those have more RAM and stuff like that. So they didn't do that. They didn't blow it out to the point to where it's going to be that expensive, you know? But their own personal games that they make, like Mario Kart World, Donkey Kong Bonanza, Metroid Prime, these games are, it's just good enough to where these games, most of them are going to run good. But even with Donkey Kong Bonanza, which it doesn't use DLSS, so I mean, if they use DLSS, if it would have been that, maybe they could have smoothed things out a little bit more in a VRR. DLSS and VRR probably could have helped that game out a bit more. But regardless, you know, regardless of that, the Donkey Kong Bonanza has some frame rate stuff here and there. But for the most part, most of Nintendo's games for this year are going to all run at 60. So they did just enough to get their games running at 60, to get major third-party games, some of them running at 60, some of them running at 30, some of them maybe running at 40, like Cyberpunk, you know, with some dips here and there or whatever. So they did just enough. You know, to me, it's just enough to get those third-party, to get that stuff. It's just enough, probably a little bit more, but just enough for their own first-party games. But it doesn't blow out the bank. It doesn't blow out the bank in terms of the pricing compared to other stuff, playing modern games, playing the games that you need to play to get your frame rates up, to get your, you know, to get your games running good, you know. I just plan on playing first party, so couldn't give a crap, and that's fine. That's for you. Not everybody feels the same way, though. You know, when you're making a system, you got to think about everything. You can't just think about what you're going to do. You got to think about what other companies are going to do if you want to have other games on your system, you know. As a teenager, you can go to the movies on a date and still spend less than 30 in the early 2000s, bro. I barely spend less than 30 using the restroom these days. Man, I got my dude wipes, man. Them dude wipes gonna run me almost $30 if I'm not careful. You know, you can't even spend $30 using the restroom sometimes in today's day. I appreciate you guys though coming out and supporting the stream though. ROG Ally is 1K, but also Windows is just horrible and bloated OS these days. You lose a lot of potential performance on that hardware. I agree, you do. Do you feel that Switch 2 overshoots the market for normal people? No, not in today's day. No. And the reason why I say not in today's day for people, because right now everyone's been trained that everything, normal people has been trained that everything's more expensive, right? They've already a lot of normal people have already adjusted to everything's more expensive. You buy a laptop, it's more expensive than what it used to be. You buy clothes, it's more expensive than what it used to be. You buy food, it's more expensive than what it used to be. You buy TVs, it's more expensive than what it used to be. So a lot of the normal people have already adjusted to the fact that stuff is more expensive, you know? And that's what I'm seeing, at least. Like when I went to Best Buy, I talked about it in my video for Donkey Kong Bonanza. When I went to Best Buy, I definitely saw multiple casuals, as in families. And I'm not capping on this, guys. I'm not just saying this just to say it. I would have taken pictures, but that's creepy and weird, and that's not cool, so I didn't take any pictures. But there were literally a 15-year-old girl with their dad. They both bought one. They both got one. That is not the hardcore audience that's watching Player Essence, or that's saying drop the price or whatever, like the hardcore audience. You know what I'm saying? I saw a dad that was discussing stuff with one of the guys there, you know? Shout outs to Dean with the $1 donut, says, hey OJ, I think it's pretty powerful given the size and price. Yes, I just don't think seeing outlets like IGN say Switch 2 is an eye-watering $450, but the Lenovo Legion Go S at is a 9 out of 10 at $829. Yeah, that was just complete cap on their end, you know. Yes, Switch 2 can run Call of Duty. So yeah, that's the thing for me, man. Thank you for the $1 dono, Dean. I appreciate that. So for me, I'm looking at it. I saw families. I saw a guy that wasn't hardcore. He had that, you know, that dad bod, you know, he was a tall dude, dad balding, you know, typical dad that you would see in America, asking questions about Joy-Cons and how his kids would use them. So I think it's actually starting to penetrate the normal audience, and he went and he bought it. And I saw another dad like with his young son, and they were buying Donkey Kong Bonanza. They bought a case for their Switch 2. So I do think that it's penetrating the normal audience. And I asked my daughter, I said, yo, do any of your friends have Switch 2? She told me, yeah, 2 of them have Switch 2. And I asked them, do they like it? She texted them, said, yeah, they like it. They're playing Mario Kart, you know? So I do think it's getting into the normal market. I think the games are going to be the biggest thing. The games are going to push, like, what do the casuals and what do these people want to play, you know? So I think that's going to be huge overall with the system. So I think that's my personal opinion. I'll have more on my video, but that's kind of how I feel right now about it, at least. You know, normal people are buying PS5s. PS5s, those started out at 400 to 500, right? Switch 2's at 450 to 500, and people were buying. So did I say PS? I meant PS5. PS5s. Normal people are buying PS5s as well. So yeah. No, Switch 2 haters went with them and tell their dad not to buy a Switch 2 for the daughter. LLJK, doubt that'll ever happen. Yeah, I know, seriously. What does that mean? Not cost but function. Does it do things beyond what people need it to do? What, Switch 2? It plays games, so people need it to play games. So yeah. I mean, when people buy a Nintendo system, does it play Mario? Does it play Zelda? Does it play Pokemon? Does it play Smash Brothers? That's what they want out of the system. The system does all that right now. Even out of the gate, it does all that. It can play Mario. It can play Zelda. It can play Smash Brothers. It can play all the games that you have. So that's what people want out of a system. They want it to play the games that they want. You know. Sean, shouts to Sean. He says, "You rock." Thank you, man. I appreciate that. A better look at things would be how to IPs like Animal Crossing and the next 3D Mario transcend the current state. Yeah, exactly. I think those games are going to sell the system more. I mean, if Donkey Kong Bonanza is selling people on the system, I think games like Animal Crossing and games like you know, the next 3D Mario are going to sell people on the system. So the Switch, yeah. So the Switch, yeah, and that's what made Switch good. Now people are looking for the next thing. People want to, oh wow, new Donkey Kong Bonanza. That's only on Switch 2. I want to play that game. I like Donkey Kong. Okay, well I need a Switch 2 to play it. Okay, great. That's the system seller. That's what I've been saying flipping the Switch. Like, people want the next great game to play. You can't play Donkey Kong Bonanza on your Switch 1. You cannot play Mario Kart World on your Switch 1. You cannot play the next big 3D Mario game. You cannot play it on your Switch 1. You can't play the next big Smash Brothers game on your Switch 1. You can't play Kirby Air Riders on your Switch 1. It's not a very hard concept, and this is how the concept has been since the beginning of time. This is how it's been. From the NES to the Super Nintendo. Oh, I want to play Super Mario World. Tons of people had the NES. Well, I can't play Super Mario World on my NES. I need to get a Super Nintendo to play Super Mario World. I want to play F-Zero. Well, there was I don't know, there's other racing games on your NES. Well, I want to play this game on my, I want to play F-Zero. So you need a Super NES, right? So that's how it always works. It's based off the games and what people want. If people want the new games that are coming, they'll buy it. The software will sell the hardware, and that's just how Nintendo operates. With Switch 1 to Switch 2, there's probably some people that are content with their Switch 1, and that's fine. There are people that are content with their PS4s. There's people that are content with their Xbox Ones, you know? There's people that are content with their old PCs. But that's why it's on Nintendo to actually make the games that people say, wow, I want that game. I want to play that game. And I can play all my old games. And I can play all my Switch 1 games in better quality. Okay, I'll pick it up now. So that's the whole point of a system. That's what a system seller means. That's what a system seller is that you sell, the system sells based off of the game that people want to have that's exclusive to that platform. That's what makes a system seller, you know? So yeah. I think some of these third-party games are more fun to play on handheld, like Batman, Cyberpunk, Assassin's Creed. They're getting Madden and 2K. I think Madden in particular could definitely have a good chunk of people playing, because why sit there and relegate Madden to a TV at one place when you can take Madden anywhere and play Madden anywhere? If I was into Madden like I was back then, I'd be going ape-ish. I'd be going crazy over Madden and NBA 2K, because I used to really be into 2K and Madden. I would have been going wild over those games. If we had the Switch 2, like, let's just say I was into Madden and all that. That'd be great, because you can play those anywhere. That becomes awesome. Go to the homie's house. I used to always go to the homie's houses and all that, you know, and we'd be able to play, you know, the quality of a game like Madden or a game like NBA 2K anywhere. Even like WWE 2K is doing okay on the Switch 2 right now. From what we know from the eShop sales, it's up there in the top 15 eShop sales. So it seems like it's doing okay. We got to wait and see. But people are playing it on there. So people like that. They want to be able to play that. Have you played WWE 2K on the Switch 1? Have you have you tried out this? If somebody likes WWE and they want to be able to play a WWE game anywhere that they want, Switch 1 is not for them. because the WWE 2K18 on the Switch 1 is trash. But WWE 2K25 on the Switch 2 runs at 60 FPS and looks similar to the PS5 version of the game, and it runs at 60, according to what I'm seeing. Now, maybe there's some digital foundry, whatever, but from what I'm seeing, it looks like it runs pretty good. So people are going to want, oh, wow, I can now play WWE, a good WWE game at 60 FPS. Oh, I can play Madden. I can play NBA 2K. Oh, I can still play my Mario. I can play my Zelda. I can play Zelda at 60 FPS. I can play that way better now. Like, yeah, people are going to say, okay, I'll try this out. Or I can finally play Cyberpunk. Maybe they didn't have it on PS5 or whatever. And now I can play Cyberpunk wherever I want. Or now I can play Mario Kart World and I can play 24 players online and all my friends are playing, or whatever the case is, right? Like, that's just how it is. That's how a system sells. That's how the Switch 2 is selling. If the Switch 2 didn't have Mario Kart World, if it didn't have Donkey Kong Bonanza, it would not be selling the way that it's selling. Some people like to sit there and say, oh, people would have just bought it anyway. I don't believe in that. As someone who's covered Nintendo systems for a long time, I do not believe in just everyone's just gonna rush out and buy it. That's BS, in my opinion. I don't believe that, because I've went through multiple generations where Nintendo does not have a killer app and everyone doesn't rush out and buy it. Everyone didn't rush out and buy the GameCube, and that had some pretty good games. Everyone didn't rush out and buy the 3DS. Everyone didn't even rush out and buy the DS, and that's Nintendo's best-selling system of all time. Everyone didn't rush out and buy the DS. Everyone didn't rush out and buy the Wii U. Everyone didn't rush out and buy every single system. So I don't subscribe in this, everyone would have bought it anyway. No, there's too many systems that Nintendo's released that everyone didn't rush out and go buy. You gotta have system sellers. You gotta have games that people actually want to play. People want to play Mario Kart World. People want to play Donkey Kong Bonanza. People want to play Switch 1 games in better quality. People want to play Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, not running in a slideshow, you know what I'm saying, robot slideshow. People want to play that stuff. So for me, it's the games that are causing the system to do well. It's the games. The games are doing that. People say Switch 1 is good. Now Switch 2, I like Switch 1. Switch 2, it plays everything that I already have, Plus, I can play new games that are coming out. Donkey Kong, I can play Mario Kart, I can play Metroid Prime and way better quality. I can play the new Kirby content, I can play the new Mario Party content, I can play Kirby Air Riders, I can play Hyrule Warriors, I can play the exclusive Dusk Bloods game that's coming out, the From Software game, whoever's looking forward to that, right? So those are the things that's making the system sell. It's that. That's what I believe. Opinion. Bayonetta 3 at 60. I think my FPS versus Bayonetta 2. Bayonetta 2 is a better game than Bayonetta 3, in my opinion. Bayonetta 3 has like some better mechanics and better things in the game, but Bayonetta 2 is a better structure of a game, in just terms of like flow and style and all of that. But here's the thing though. Bayonetta 2 on Switch 2 runs at a locked 60 FPS. On Switch 1, it targets 60 with dips. So even your Bayonetta 2 is one of my favorite games of all time. Even Bayonetta 2 and Bayonetta 1, which Bayonetta 1 also runs with dips, not quite super smooth, those run locked at 60 on Switch 2. So even if you love your Bayonetta games, even that will be a way better experience, or a better experience on the Switch 2. Once again, which I do think is selling the system. I do think the fact that you have complete backwards compatibility with no patch upgrades and upgrades, I think that's definitely helping to sell the system. I've tested Astral Chain. It still runs at 30. Games that are capped at 30 still run at 30. Games that are unlocked in frame rate, which has to be coded into the game beforehand, those games will run at a higher frame rate. Can maybe target 30. Maybe they'll dip sometimes here or there. Maybe they'll be locked. But those games can. So it's based on how the game was programmed or coded. If they uncap the frame rate, then you're good. The NS2 selling because of versatility and a huge upgrade, not just a bigger screen that gives games more life and color, makes them run much smoother. Yeah, I think it's, like I said, it's a huge upgrade for people. And I would say this, once again, the portable form factor is very good. Like, handheld systems, well, Nintendo's handheld systems have always done better. There's actually no generation where the handheld system lost to the console, like to the brick and mortar store, like, you know, the sedentary console, like the stationary console. Stationary console. There's never been a single generation of that happening. The Game Boy spanned multiple generations, but no system outsold the Game Boy while it was going. Game Boy, Game Boy Color, Game Boy Pocket. We go to the GBA. The GameCube did not outsell the GBA, and the GBA has outsold every single Nintendo home console with the exception of the Switch 1 and the Wii. So, but during the GBA's life, the GameCube was the parallel system. The GBA sold 4 times the amount of the GameCube. You look at the 3DS and the Wii U, right? Or no, sorry, you look at the DS and the Wii. Even the Wii selling 100 million units, the DS sold 154 million. You look, or 153 million, 153, 154, whatever. You look at the 3DS. Even with the 3DS selling 75 million, lower than what they usually sell, but it still outsold the Wii U. So there hasn't been a single generation in the history of Nintendo generations where the handheld platform has taken a back seat to the home console. So that formula of a handheld platform has never actually truly failed for Nintendo when it comes to their dedicated anything that can be played handheld, and that is their main system that's supported with games. Not stupid stuff like Virtual Boy or whatever the case is, right? Or weird revisions, but just, hey, this is the base system. This is what it is. They've never actually had something that failed. And if you go back, the Game & Watch days, that's what put Nintendo on the map, along with some of the other stuff that they did. You know, duck hunts and certain things and certain toys like the Ultra Hand, you know, the Ultra Hand, stuff like that. That put them on the map, right? But those little Game & Watches, those things sold. How much did those things sell? Let me double check on that one. Give me a second, guys. Game & Watch. Let's see here. How much did the Game & Watch sell? So yeah, even the freaking Game & Watch, 43 million those little ghetto Game & Watches. Crazy, right? For back then, that was a wild amount to sell 43 million of those little things, you know? So they've never really had any real L's in that category, you know? I don't think I'm going to play WWE, but I'm going to watch Sean's video where he plays WWE, you know? I'm going to watch Sean's video where he plays it. So yeah, anything that's locked at a capped at 30, we need a patch. So anything that's capped at 30 needs a patch to run better. So yeah. Oh, wait, hold up. This is too much. Yeah, it says 1,650. Definitely did not get that tonight. So yeah. Outshine is one of the few games where I noticed 30 FPS kind of getting in the way of the gameplay. Yes, if Astral Chain was at 60, it would have been considerably better. It would have definitely been better. I hope it gets a Switch 2 version or a patch. The NS, so that's the reason why I think the NS is selling. And even if you look at it right now, you look at, like, you know, some of the sales. You go on, like, Amazon bestsellers, for example, right? What's the top selling stuff? What are people, you know, what are people buying? Amazon, if you go on Amazon bestsellers, like right now, Switch 2 is the top selling system by a good amount. It's number 9 on the overall with all the gift cards and stuff like that, Roblox. And Bonanza's number 6. But if you go to the new releases, which hones in on just the games and hardware, what's number 1? Number 1 is Donkey Kong Bonanza. What's number 2? Number 2 is the Nintendo Switch. And the $500 Nintendo Switch. So people are just, to me, this isn't just all super core gamers. This is definitely some of the expanded audience that just, you know, they had Switch 1, they thought it was cool, and they see Mario Kart, they see Donkey Kong, they see colorful, cool franchises that are fun, that are getting good scores, and their friends are playing, and they're just picking it up and like, hey, look, I can play this system anywhere. Yeah, it's more expensive, but I can play it on my TV. It comes with a dock. It comes with all the cables necessary. It comes with 2 controllers. It comes, like, you know, I can undock them. Like, it's the versatility's there. And then I can also play it portable anywhere that I want. It's worth the X, Y, or it's worth the 500 or the 400, so the 450 or the 500. And it comes with the game. It comes with Mario Kart. I personally feel that a lot of people think it's worth it. That's what I personally feel. I think a lot of people think it's worth it, you know? So that's just my opinion, though. I mean, I might be wrong, and we'll see. We'll see, of course. You know, so we will definitely see if that's the case. So yeah. But right now, yeah, even on Amazon, it's outselling something like EA Sports College Football, but that sells more digitally, so that doesn't matter. So yeah. Let's see. Adjust Game & Watch for population, and, you know, really little while. Yeah, exactly. It was really good. I mean, it was super cheap. Those things were like what, like $50 or $40. They were really cheap, but they're cool. Let's see. I think we'll get some dope DK DLC. I don't think there's going to be any DK DLC. I think it is what it is. The game is what the game is, and that's that. But you never know. I could be wrong. Personally, okay with 30 FPS Astral Chain, but I think the game would definitely be better at lock 60. Yes, and I think we're going to get a patch. I think at this next Direct, they're going to announce like 12 more games that are getting updates, and Astral Chain is going to be one of those games. So I think it's going to happen. I think it's going to happen. But yeah, people do not understand the sales power of Animal Crossing and 10th Gen Pokemon. I think when 10th Gen Pokemon comes out, there will be 0 questions left. Once again, and also I'll also say this: there's never been a system that has a mainline Pokemon game that has ever sold less than 75 million units. So you can just take that. And the 3DS had all sorts of issues, like issues that the Switch 2 does not have in terms of how it started out, and games, and third-party support. Like, there's a lot of 3DS. Everything bad that can happen in a system happened to the Nintendo 3DS. Like, low launch, like launch sales, bad. Took times to get the first-party games, bad. The price of the system, bad. People were not liking the price. Like, oh my gosh, third-party support, bad. Like, The 3DS has almost nothing that went its way. Like, literally almost nothing. There's like 2 things that you can say with the 3DS that went its way. Maybe 3. Nintendo first-party games. The price got affordable. A lot of models and prices, and some niche JRPGs. Niche, like Atlas support, and some niche JRPGs here and there that are really good on the system. That's like literally, that's all the system had going for it. It didn't have anything else. Like everything went against that system. That could, like literally, the industry wanted to bury that system. They did not want 3DS to do well. They buried, like Western developers just said, screw it, we're not making anything for this system. They did nothing. Japanese developers didn't put any real resources and money outside of a few different things like Atlas did. Yes, Atlas did, and a few other companies did, but a lot of companies didn't put any money into the 3DS. And that sold 75 million with nothing, almost nothing going for it. Switch 2 has significantly more things going for it. Significantly more when it comes to the overall scope and scale, you know? So yeah. But yes, Gen 10 Pokemon, that's when everyone's going to be like, all right, this thing's a huge success. Because Gen 10 Pokemon is going to sell the system like crazy. It just is, you know? I really don't want DK to have both 2D and 3D platformers. I don't mind having 2D and 3D platformers for DK. It wouldn't be the same team making it. It'd be a different team. Kind of like the Mario team is different. Hey, what up, man? Yeah, so I think I've went super over on time. My wife might be thinking, what the heck is going on? So thank you guys so much for coming out to tonight's stream. Big love to everybody that dropped donos. Kevin, any of the Stream Ninja, Stream Hokage. Thank you so much, guys. I appreciate that. I think we went to 3 hours and 30. What did we go to today? Or did we go to 4? We might have went to 4. I don't know. Yeah, we went to 4 hours tonight. Okay. So I yap for 4 hours. So that's crazy. All right. So we're going to wrap it up here, guys. Make sure you guys hit that like button. If you have not hit that like button, hit that like button. Let them know that tonight was a great stream. Hi, Pink. We're just ending the stream. I'm sorry, young lady. So thank you guys so much for coming out to tonight's stream. I'm sorry. I streamed for 4 hours and I've been yapping. And I've been yapping for 4 hours. I've been literally yapping for 4 hours. So thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you guys for being awesome. I appreciate that. Thank you guys for being incredible. No, you're good, Pink. We're still gonna collaborate on something. We're still gonna get something cool happening. Pokemon Legends ZA or something. Thank you guys so much for coming out. Make sure you guys hit that like button if you have not hit that like button. Let them know that we are streaming. Thank you guys so much for the support. I appreciate it. Thank you guys for being awesome once again. You guys are so cool. Love you guys so much. And yeah, we will see you guys for the next one. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Maybe tomorrow. We'll see about tomorrow. I gotta check. So yeah. All right, guys. Love y'all so much. You guys take it easy. Peace. Have a nice night. Love y'all. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the good discussion.